everyone. I want to welcome you to the March 25th Governor and Executive Council meeting. Before we start, if you haven't already, please silence your electronic devices while we're in the meeting. And I would like to ask Pastor Bill Tuttle from the Zeal Movement to lead us in prayer. Oh.
Well, good morning. It's an honor to be with you again. In Ecclesiastes 3, 1 through 3, it says, "To everything there's a season, a time for every purpose under heaven, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck what is planted, a time to kill and a time to heal." And later on in verse 14, he says, "I know that whatever God does, it shall be forever. Nothing can be added to it and nothing taken from it. God does it that men should fear before him." Let's pray. So, Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for fresh grace upon our governor, our executive council, and all those who work here at the State House. Father, we pray for the fear of the Lord, knowing that every decision made in this house, we are not only accountable to the people of this great state, but to God himself. And so we pray that the purposes of God would be established today. We pray for your wisdom to remain here and to come forth. God, we think of those like Daniel and Joseph from the Word of God, who are incredible advisors to kings and leaders of their day. And we pray for our executive council that wisdom would come forth from them today. Father, we say that we are especially grateful for the timing of the Lord. We thank you for Councilman Stephen and for deciding in your perfect timing that your purposes for his life are not complete. And you still have so much left for him to do here. And Father, we also bless Mark and Abby Patia in their role they played in keeping them here with us. And Father, we bless our governor, we bless the executive council, and the state of New Hampshire. In Jesus' name, amen.
And now I would like Dr. Richard Tedesco, a great doctor, but also a former Marine, to come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And justice for all. Hoorah. Oh, no, you're only current Marines. And now we are very blessed to have a performance from the Auburn Village School. And if you would like to introduce yourself with your instruments, so we look forward to hearing it.
So on behalf of Auburn Village School, I would just like to thank you for having us and letting us perform for you. I had these students take the time to think about why music is important to them and how participating in band has enriched their school experience. So I'm going to have them say a few words about participating in band. So first.
Music has shaped my school experience in a very positive way. Every day, I can't wait to go to band, as it is one of my top 2 favorite subjects, the other being chorus. Our band is such a positive environment, and I have found people that I would not otherwise hang out with, and we end up being great friends.
Participating in band has taught me many important life skills like time management and focus. I use time management while practicing my instrument, so I still have time to do other things like homework and sports. Also, I really need to focus while playing because you need to count measures, observe the notes carefully, and hit the right partials while playing. All of these things require focus, and if I don't do them correctly, I will not sound the best that I can while performing or practicing.
Music has had a positive impact on my local community in many different ways. First off, when students walk into a music room, I can see the happiness and relief on their faces. This happens because music gives a break to students if they're having a tired or boring day. Music has also helped me understand that things in life are difficult, but with a positive attitude, they really are possible. We have concerts twice a year, and the audience can leave all their problems behind and just listen to the piece that is playing. The joy on our parents' faces spreads throughout the area where the concert is taking place, and everyone seems so happy and proud.
I am so grateful to have the friendships and participating in band That's probably.
Participating in band has taught me skills like cooperation and teamwork as we work together to get the results we all want. We're going to play Beatles medley for you. You will hear snippets of songs such as Hey Jude, Ticket to Ride, Let It Be, and Get Back. I hope you enjoy.
Such a great job. Wonderful work, and I loved hearing about your love for music and how important it is in your lives. So thank you for sharing that with us. And I know that the executive council.
Should we move to the stands out of the room? Oh, yeah, that would be great. And keep in mind, these are 12, 13, 14-year-olds.
Yeah, it's impressive. It's really impressive. Yeah, I just got
All right, eyes on me, everyone. 3, 2, 1.
And now we have, I lost what's we're going to commend this morning, we were over at the fire standards and training and recognizing situation and also the importance of AEDs and life-saving measures. And so, Councilor Stephen, why don't you come forward and we're going to recognize some of our great first responders from the Manchester area today. And these Manchester first responders who are here, if you can come forward. I think I see Chris, AMR, and I also see the members of the fire department. Others who are here, please come forward if you're here from Manchester. Or we are the whole state, but you know, Manchester too is great. Thanks so much. Okay. Where's your fearless leader? Busy. No, he's doing his job. I like that. All right. There he is. Whereas Manchester's first responders serve their community with courage, skill, and dedication, providing life-saving emergency care to residents in their most critical moments of need. And whereas in the early evening of February 1st, a Manchester resident suffered a sudden cardiac arrest at his home, prompting the immediate dispatch of emergency personnel from AMR and the Manchester Fire Department following a 911 call for help. And whereas the patient's wife began bystander CPR immediately, a critical action that can triple survival rates for cardiac arrest and provide vital time for first responders to arrive and begin advanced life-saving care. And whereas through the coordinated efforts of AMR paramedic supervisor Craig Cushing Jr., AMR advanced EMT Alyssa Merrill, AMR EMT Ryan Dean, Manchester firefighter EMT Captain David J., Manchester firefighter Advanced EMT Nicholas Pelletier, Manchester firefighter Advanced EMT Aaron Graham, and Manchester firefighter EMT Easton Dubois, the patient received approximately 24 minutes of CPR, multiple defibrillations, and advanced cardiac medications before regaining a pulse and consciousness, ultimately being transported to a local hospital and later released home with no neurological deficits. And it's amazing, it's awesome. Whereas this life-saving response reflects the strength of the chain of survival, which includes immediate bystander CPR, early defibrillation, rapid advanced life support, and well-trained emergency responders working together to protect the lives of Granite Staters, where out-of-hospital cardiac arrest occurs 3 to 4 times every day somewhere in New Hampshire. Now, therefore, I, Kelly Ayotte, Governor of the state of New Hampshire, do hereby commend Manchester first responders, all of you are here, and some of you who are already out there continuing to do the work as we stand here. Thank you for your amazing work, for your extraordinary professionalism, life-saving skill, and commitment to protecting the health and safety of the citizens of Manchester and the Granite State. Thank you very much. Thank you. And did you want to, maybe you want to say anything?
I just want to thank Councilor Stephen and say you're truly a lucky human for the folks that did the bystander CPR for you. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of that and the critical time that it saves in saving lives. So thank you. Appreciate what you've done.
Excellent, Will. Thank you. Get a picture with the Executive Council, and thank you all for what you do every day. You're out there saving lives.
So you guys are the team that was selected. Well,
We fill out on the right side. All right, eyes on me, 3, 2, 1. Perfect, thank you.
Awesome.
Did you do that?
And now we have a very special commendation and two extraordinary people who have come up from Florida. We have Abby and Mark Batia who are here, and we want to please come forward. I want to ask Councilor Stephen to come forward, and I see his wife Jenny here, and please, we're so glad to see you here. And I know his brother Rob is here as well. This Stephen family to have them here in this special moment. And Mark and Abby, thank you for saving his life. You probably had no idea when you did that he had this important role in government, did you? So, well, it was a big deal to the state of New Hampshire. So thank you. You really are inspirational. So honored to read this commendation for you today. Whereas acts of compassion and courage often appear in the most unexpected moments, reminding us of the profound difference that people can make when they choose to help someone in need. And whereas on the morning of November 20th, 2025, Abby and Mark Batia came upon Executive Councilor John Stephen in severe medical distress after he collapsed while experiencing cardiac arrest. And whereas recognizing immediately that the situation was life-threatening, Mark Batia called 911 and, drawing upon recent CPR training, began performing life-saving chest compressions while Abby Batia remained at his side, offering support and assistance until emergency responders arrived. And whereas through their quick thinking, calm action, and willingness to help a stranger in a moment of crisis, Abby and Mark Batia helped sustain Councilor Stephen until advanced medical care could take over, ultimately contributing to his survival and recovery. And whereas Abby and Mark Batia, people of deep faith, whose compassion and reminding us all how preparedness, selflessness, and care for others can make a profound difference when it matters most. Now, therefore, I, Kelly Ayotte, Governor of the State of New Hampshire, do hereby commend Abby and Mark Batia for their remarkable act of kindness, bravery, and life-saving service, and extend the heartfelt gratitude of the State of New Hampshire for their willingness to step forward in a moment of need and give another person the gift of tomorrow.
I said this morning, and I wanted heartfelt to thank the governor who was in contact with me 3 days when I came to in a hospital setting, working with my brother Rob and my family to make sure everything was okay. But my two guardian angels saved my life. And they're here. It's awesome. So God bless them. And my colleagues here on the council, and each one of them, each and every day. The prayers, the thoughts, and all of you. Thank you, because it doesn't matter what party you are. You're a human being, and we care about people. And in New Hampshire, we're first in the nation for a lot of things. And what we saw this morning tells me we're first in the nation at saving lives. And so God bless you all. I don't know, Mark, you want to say anything later? Well, I'll say one thing. Yesterday with Mayor Ruiz in Manchester, and Abby said to the mayor, you know, I just feel like this is not something that we really should be accepting. This, everybody should do this. This is not something that is different. Well, it is, and we're recognizing you today, and Governor, thank you so much.
Well, you're so inspiring to us. We just feel so blessed that you were there in that moment and then you heard the calling and saved John's life. Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you. want the counselors to come forward.
Alrighty. Eyes on me. 3, 2, 1. Wonderful, thank you.
I was waiting for my New Hampshire.
And now I would like to congratulate our newest state representative, Bobby Rodman, and Roberta Rodman. Bobby, I know that's what you would come forward and be sworn in as a state representative. If there's anyone, obviously family members or anyone who would like that. Well, congratulations, and if you could please raise your right hand. Say I, Roberta Budman.
I, Roberta Budman,
Of Wolfboro.
of Wolfboro,
Do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will bear faith and true allegiance that I will bear faith and true allegiance
that I will bear faith and true allegiance
to the United States of America
to the United States of America
and the state of New Hampshire,
and the state of New Hampshire,
and will support the constitutions thereof.
and will support the constitutions thereof.
This I do
This I do
under the pains and penalties of perjury.
under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I, Roberta Budman,
I, Roberta Budman,
do solemnly and sincerely affirm
do solemnly and sincerely affirm
that I will faithfully and impartially
that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge and perform
discharge and perform
all the duties incumbent upon me
all the duties incumbent upon me
as a state representative
as a state representative
according to the best of my abilities,
according to the best of my abilities,
agreeably to the rules and regulations
agreeably to the rules and regulations
of this Constitution
of this Constitution
and laws of the state of New Hampshire.
and laws of the state of New Hampshire.
This I do
This I do
under the pains and penalties of perjury.
under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Congratulations. Why don't we have the council come forward, we'll take a picture, and
Okay.
that would be great.
Great, appreciate it.
Can we get one more on this? Or just squeeze in? There we go. Perfect.
All right, eyes on me. 3, 2, 1.
Wonderful, thank you.
I call this meeting of the governor and executive council to order, and I ask for a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the March 4th council meeting, and also to approve the meetings from the March 16th council meeting. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. Next, from the Office of the Secretary of State, we have a list of civil commissions. Can I please have a motion to confirm the list of civil commissions? Second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. Are there any names to add to the list of civil commissions? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to resignations. On the Higher Education Commission, can I please have a motion to accept the resignation of Sean M. Fitzgerald of Keene? Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. From the Wetlands Council, can I please have a motion to accept the resignation of Gretchen A. Young of Dover? Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. Now moving forward with list of confirmations, can I please have a motion to confirm Jerry J. Boyle of Hampton to the Youth Development Center Complaints Administrator? So moved. Any discussion? Councilor Leo Hill.
Thank you, Governor. The survivors of abuse at the Youth Development Center have waited for too long for justice. This process must be fair, credible, and importantly, timely, so that victims receive the accountability and resolution they deserve without further delay. Judge Boyle brings decades of legal and judicial experience, and I believe he understands.
Together, the Department of Justice staff communicated with plaintiffs' attorneys, represented by 100 attorneys at 38 firms. As a group, they met in February to discuss Judge Boyle's candidacy and invited candid feedback, including any alternative recommendations. The group met again on February 25th with the same group. While not everybody voiced explicit support, it is notable that no one expressed opposition and no alternative candidate was put forward. Judge Boyle brings a lifetime of service to this role. He has served as a senior judge in the New Hampshire Circuit Court and spent more than 3 decades in private practice, including work in juvenile law. He has also demonstrated a deep, long-standing commitment to youth through initiatives such as the Merrimack County Teen Court, a diversion program he led for over a decade, helping young people learn accountability and avoid deeper involvement in the justice system. In addition to his legal career, Judge Boyle served our nation with distinction as a member of the United States Marine Corps, both on active duty and in the reserves for over 30 years, retiring as a colonel. This role demands not only legal expertise, but judgment, empathy, and the ability to earn trust from victims, from their counsel, and from the people of the state. I believe Judge Boyle possesses those qualities. For these reasons, I am pleased to support the nomination of Judge Boyle.
In dealing with young people, developing their leadership, and the development of young people. The incredible character of this individual and his experience and performance, proven time and time again in different aspects of his life, whether it be in the military, the judicial system, or public service with the Scouting Program of America. I can't think of a better individual. And the first time I met him was like 25 years ago in a Marine mess night in my community. And I said, this guy's got it all. Family, public service, character, integrity, and everything that we need in this role right now for a very difficult time that we have to deal with the settlements of these young people, the victims. but Jerry's the man to do it, and I believe he wants to do it quickly, he wants to do it fairly, he wants to get the stain off the back of New Hampshire and move forward in a positive direction. He's the guy. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Counselor.
Governor, I want to also say, this is just another appointment that you made that was exemplary. I will say that I spoke to Jerry Boyle, and I've known him for years. And I want to just talk to one side. It really makes a difference with regard to this particular appointment. When he was a district court judge in Concord, and you have to place, not sentence, place youth at the YDC, which is not easy to judge kids, those youth, and talk to them during them are at risk, they're at promise. So Governor, we commend you for making this appointment. I am wholeheartedly supporting my good friend for years, Jerry Boyle, as well.
Thank you, Counselor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the confirmation, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Charles Nickerson of Rochester to the Board of Trustees of the New Hampshire Retirement System?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm John C. Marasco of Hooksett as the Director of Division of Motor Vehicles?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Councilor Kenny.
Thank you. We are very fortunate to have the character and experience of John Roscoe as DMV Director, and I support his confirmation today. John's one of those leaders that his staff, the state government, and his friends and so forth will follow him as far as he needs to be followed. His leadership is exemplary amongst the people that he leads at the Department of DMV. And I say that because I personally have witnessed it time and time again, whether through word ceremonies or time that he brought me over there to talk to the staff, to talk about government council. And off the sideline, I've met a lot of DMV employees. They say, John Marasco is really turning DMV around. And those people that work for him just have the highest regard. And he looks out for his people. And that to me is a good judge of character. So when you look out for your people, you will succeed. And he has succeeded many times. And finally, I'll say that we put him in the eyes of celebrity a couple of years ago when he asked, how can we roll out this Real ID program? Everybody's like, they don't know what's coming, or we don't really have the star power to push it out there. So we orchestrated a visit with him up north with Rob Gronkowski, who was at an event with his good friend Rob Nikovich, who dedicated the Mom's Power Sports Store. And Rob Gronkowski and John Marasco promptly did a video promoting Real ID that went viral. And that was his idea. And that's someone who thought about the state, how can we make Real ID more accessible by using a football celebrity. And it's a lot of fun. I encourage everybody to go online to look at it. But, yes, a football touchdown went down with Real ID, so good choice.
Reconfirming Director Marasco, his leadership at DMV has focused on modernization, efficiency, and improving the customer experience for Granite Staters. I know that DMV is one of the places where the most customer service happens in New Hampshire, and he truly has a heart for customer service, and I appreciate that his work helps to restore confidence in state government that serves people every day. So I appreciate the continued emphasis on accountability and responsiveness to the public, and am pleased to vote for him today.
Thank you, Councilor Wheeler.
Thank you, Governor. I look at John Marasco as a problem solver. He turned around the instant check gun light and turned that into a bureau that really services the customer. It was in tough shape and he fixed it. But he's also the fixer. Whenever I have a constituent problem, John is right there. He is always moving toward getting the answer yes. And with a smile in my head. So I am happily going to support Director Marasco again today.
Thank you, Councilor Wheeler. Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Governor. I was initially a naysayer when the DMV opted to transition to an online reservation system within such a short window of opportunity. Well, we know the record was 8 minutes, or the average is 8 minutes. The system is working and it's flawless. We were there for the ribbon cutting several weeks ago, and that same energy at a grand event is still infectious and alive. The staff are loyal, and we have a great leader in Director Marasco. And I think it's important to note that he's also nationally recognized and sought after by other states for the work that he's doing. So, well done, Governor.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. Councilor Stevens.
Governor, I also want to say that I'm so happy to vote for the director for renomination. The director, the one thing that I've been so impressed with is government efficiency, and he's really changed the motor vehicle structure in a very efficient way. And a lot of that is under your leadership too, but also prior administrations. He's worked so hard. I've known him since my days at the Department of Safety when he was a state trooper. He's my district constituent, and he is always on the ball. And anytime you call him based on a constituent concern, he calls you right back if he's not available. Again, great.
So for, really, it's the point where most people interact with the state of New Hampshire is through the DMV. And he's really focused on customer service and making it better and more efficient. So I so appreciate his leadership. What's most important also is how he treats the people that he serves with, and he treats them very well. And I very much respect that. All in favor of this confirmation, please signify by saying aye. As the Director of Division of Administration at the Department of Safety.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, I want to say I'm very pleased that Director Newbury, the work that she does. There's people that are quiet players in state government where you call and you need something done and you need an answer, and she's one of those quiet players that does her work really well and effectively. Probably doesn't get any public recognition, so I just want to mention her today. I appreciate her service. All in favor of this nomination, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Mark B. Hall of Dunbarton as the Director of the Division of State Police at the Department of Safety?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Leopold.
Thank you. I'll be voting to confirm Colonel Mark Hall today. Public safety requires steady, experienced leadership, and I appreciate his continued service to the people of New Hampshire. Accountability and transparency. I appreciated learning from the Colonel during our interview that it struck me that for him, this is not just a career, but a real calling, that he felt at a young age looking up to his father, who was also a member of state police. And so for these reasons, I am encouraged that he will continue to be a good leader for our state and law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Governor. New Hampshire is a safer state today thanks to the leadership of Colonel Mark Hall and the dedicated members of the New Hampshire State Police, 361 sworn troopers and 301 civilian support staff who serve communities across the state. Over a distinguished 27-year career, Colonel Hall has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to public safety. Beginning his service with Troop B, he rose through the ranks as state trooper, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and major before assuming his current role as colonel, bringing with him deep experience and a strong understanding of demands placed on those who wear the badge. Under his leadership, the state police have made significant strides, including meaningful progress in reducing a vacancy rate that approached close to 70% just 2 years ago. This work reflects a broader commitment to strengthening the force and ensuring it is equipped to meet the evolving needs of our communities. As expectations of our state troopers continue to grow, Colonel Hall remains focused on supporting their mission, ensuring they have the resources, training, and leadership necessary to protect the people they serve, the people of New Hampshire, with professionalism and integrity. He's also
there any further discussion of this nomination? I too want to thank Colonel Hall for his leadership and for all those that serve in the state police. They do a phenomenal job keeping us safe. All in favor of this nomination, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Thomas Kemfer of Bristol as the Director of Administration of the Department of Justice?
So,
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Shannon Reed of Epsom to the Community Development Finance Authority?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Sharon Harris of Newmarket to the Community College System of Board of Trustees? So moved. Second. Any discussion? Councilor Kenny?
thank you, Governor. This is an excellent nominee. I just wanted to point out that we typically have two community college system board of trustees in the North Country. We'll be down to one. But I think in the future, if we can find someone in that Berlin area where the White Mountain Community College system is there locally, if we can find someone who might be regionally in that area of the state, because particularly with this rollout of transformative funding, it would be nice to know that we have someone that's on the board that's from the area, who knows the area, and can further advocate for the area. So I just throw that out there.
Thank you. Always open to suggestions, so please encourage people in the community that would be good for that position to apply. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of this nomination signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Moving on to the list of nominations, as the Division of Finance and Audit Director for the State Liquor Commission, I nominate Christina Demers of Hooksett. To the Board of Registration of Podiatrists, I nominate Anna Eichenberg of Alana Eichenberg of Nashua. To the Board of Registration of Podiatrists, I nominate James H. Dolan Jr. of Exeter. To the Board of Registration of Podiatrists, I nominate Natasha Jesus Wyndham. To the Community College of New Hampshire, I nominate Michelle C. Halligan-Foley of Stratford. To the Community College System of New Hampshire, I nominate William Cunningham of Twin Mountain. And to the Enhanced 911 Commission, I nominate Joel P. Dolan of Salem. To the Electricians Board, I nominate James C. Grant of Rochester. To the Higher Education Commission, I nominate Wayne F. Lesperance of Henniker. As the Medical Director of the Department of Corrections, I nominate Danielle P. Steele of North Sandwich. That concludes the list of nominations for today's meeting. Moving on, I ask for a motion to adopt the consent calendar agenda. Is there a motion and a second? Any items you'd like to remove from the consent calendar? 5H. 5H?
Yes.
Okay, other ones, Councilman?
1C, 4L,
Just give me 1 second, that's right. 1C, okay, 4L,
and 5G.
5G, okay. Any other councilors have items they want to remove? Okay, let me just make sure I have all these. So I have removed from the consent calendar, 1C, 4L, 5G, and 5H. So exempting those items, all in favor of the remaining items signify by saying aye. Aye. Those items carry. And now we'll move on to mass motion and a second on item 1C on the calendar.
Second.
Any discussion?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good morning, Lori Weaver, Commissioner of Human Services.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is my really basic question on, this is the Medical Directors Association, and we approved an item a little while back, which is really important to you, about potential Medicaid directors. And I've been to a few of those events, and I know that organization well. and they talk a lot about medical issues. Is there a reason why, is this different than Banded, or is it similar in nature? And I want to know the difference between this organization and the one we already approved.
Sure, that's a great question. I'll let Henry come up to be able to give you the distinction between the two and the value of this to the town.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Counselor. Believe it or not, medical directors aren't included in the National Medicaid Directorate programming. This, I think pretty much every state that participates with the medical directors, they're in this separate group. There's very important things that we discussed there. For example, right now they're working on the frailty issues for work requirements and trying to develop national policy. And I think in terms of the importance of what Dr. Bella does and being able to have the latest information and interact with colleagues is pretty important for us to participate in.
Okay, thank you very much. That answers my question.
Thank you. Any further discussion of this item? Hearing none, all in favor of item 1C signify by saying aye. Aye. The item carries. I would ask for a motion and a second on item 4L. For a second? Second? Any discussion of this item? Councilor Stevens. Gentlemen?
Joe, good morning.
Morning.
I just want to make sure I understand this. I know it's your discretion in terms of the salaries.
Yep.
And that law was passed a while back. I saw that it seemed to be indicated that she's going to be planning to have the same salary, not anything different. Did this employee at least get a COLA like other employees? I didn't see that in the site.
Yeah, so what this item is for Attorney Wilson, it's a renewing of her commission. So Assistant Attorney General served 5-year terms at the DOJ. So this is just a new 5-year term for her. She did get a raise along with all of the other attorneys on the item that came before you in December.
Yeah, I must have forgot. I didn't look back to that. That was my question.
Yeah.
If she was included in that item, that's all I'm fine with this item.
Okay. Yeah, this is standard.
Okay, thank you. Maybe, next time if that comes to, just to indicate in the item that they've received their quotas.
Sure.
It's just much easier for me to make sure it's all classic.
Yep.
Any further discussion of this item? Hearing none, all in favor of item 4L signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. I ask for a motion and a second on item 5G from the Department of Health and Human Services. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I have a question on this. I understand, I spoke to the folks at United Way. I just want to make sure, because the write-up, I didn't fully understand the flexibility they're having. Is it to be able to pay contractors for more than a year? Or can you explain a little more? Because I think some of the counselors I talked to have had questions they didn't understand exactly what we're doing. Because this is an important function that they play.
Sure, I think Jim McVeigh can speak to that notice since he oversees that.
Okay.
Good morning, Governor, Councilors. James Perfetti, I'm the Deputy Attorney General, and I'm also the Chair of the Opioid Abatement Advisory Committee. So, Granite United Way serves very well as the facilitating organization for getting out a lot of these small grants, where they are facilitating these grant applications, and they've had remarkable success doing so. In the last 2 rounds of these smaller grants, which are 15,000 or less, they've received about 70 funding. They've awarded about 70 funding requests. They also facilitate this program for larger grants, 75,000, and then multi-year grants. They're in the process of reviewing those applications. They received 104 applications. This is simply an internal process to allow them to be able to do this and handle how the funds are. It doesn't really affect anything. There's no new money here. We're just simply allowing for a more efficient process of how they would distinguish between the smaller grants, the $15,000 grants and the larger grants of $75,000. And I'm sure that there's somebody from United Way that, yes, they could answer those more detailed questions, Councilor, if you have that.
Yeah, I just think it would help us. There's a lot of questions that we're having about the opioid advisory commission in general. And I know Dr. Council Hill, Council Kenny, and Council Wheeler, just on how they distribute their funds.
I'm happy to answer those questions.
I'd like to know the process, that's all, yes. I think that would have to be helpful.
So do you want to hear from Grant United Way first?
But I'd like to know what this particular contract, yes. I'd like to know, is this giving them flexibility? Can you hear from them so that the council can?
Of course.
Thank you. I'm Shannon Swilich, Impact Officer with Grant United Way.
Director Sweat, if I call you director, I guess what I'd like to know here is this is a lot of money. It's $10 million. We already approved this item.
Yep.
I think the folks around the table agree we need an efficient way to get these dollars out.
Yes.
But the question is, what's the real necessity of this item? Because it was hard to discern that.
Yes. Yes. So the original contract that went through did not have a distinction between the response grants, which are up to $15,000, and the larger multi-year grants. It was putting them into sort of one process. They're a finance department, and we work together to identify sort of how it's supposed to work, and just clarifying the language. So it was really just a clarification of the language, so that we're able to get the funds out and expeditiously to the communities.
Okay, I may be further discussion.
Councilor Wheeler.
In the big picture, this is 10 million. What is the total pot of money for the opioid fund?
So I can say that as of today, we received about $110 million. These are structured settlements with different opioid companies, manufacturers, distributors, major pharmacy chains, and they're timed to be paid over a number of years. Each settlement is different, but we should expect payments for the next 10 to 15 years. There are still a couple that are being yet to be settled. I think New Hampshire will receive approximately $16 million a year in opioid settlements from all of the different settlements. So the commission has been working for the last few years to try and figure out how to get the money out as quickly as we can and to make the biggest impact on the opioid crisis. I can tell you that as of today, the commission has made recommendations to get out $85 million, which is already going out in the community for different types of programs, prevention, supportive housing, all kinds of things that address the opioid crisis. In addition, there were 23 subdivisions that filed lawsuits against opioid companies, including all 10 counties and 13 cities and towns. They get, under the state law, they get 15% off the top of every settlement. To date, they have received over $16 million of payments that have gone directly to them, and they're using it for all sorts of opioid-related projects in their communities.
Councilor Wheeler.
So is the committee handling the rest of the pot of the money, or do you plan on handing another pot or another portion to United Way to distribute?
So what we did be able to get out smaller grants quickly is we contracted with United Way. We gave them $5 million a year to do that, and so there were 2 years of that funding. The rest of the money is going to be handled by the commission. So the commission is in the process of putting together an RFP that would go out, and we've set aside $6.5 million. And so we hope to finalize that RFP at our next meeting, which is April 6th. And then we will give out that money. And then obviously we have to have this as an ongoing process. So every year, we're thinking about what should be funded and how it should be funded. It has to be opioid abatement of money, because it's, these are structured settlements that are either approved on a national basis or they're approved by bankruptcy courts. So we'll constantly be looking at how we can best use this money for different projects. So the $6.5 million, that should be going out hopefully in the next month and a half. And we hope to receive a wide range of applicants from all over the state for different purposes, either government entities or nonprofits who are doing this opioid abatement work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Stevens?
Good morning, Attorney Buffetti, and thank you for speaking with me. We've had several conversations about that RFP. I've been looking closely on the DHHS website for it. But as a follow-up to our conversation, you encouraged me to send prospective applicants directly to you, and that is acceptable, correct?
Yes, I mean, anyone who has questions about the process, how to apply, what they should do, they can certainly call me directly. We work very closely with Way. We work closely with HHS to try and make sure that people are connected and they know what the process is, how they can access the money, how they can apply under the RFP.
You should anticipate a bunch of emails coming your way. And Ms. Sweat, I think it's important to highlight that one of your short-term grant programs is going to be going to another round in April, correct? April 4th or 6th.
It is. We are prepared to get the full $5 million out to government entities as well as nonprofit organizations this year. So we will have another responsive process. We'll also have another multi-year process. And we're reviewing the multi-year proposals right now. Significant number of them came in at about $14 million in requests. So there's absolutely a need. And we look forward to continuing to really provide the technical assistance needed we work really directly with nonprofits all over the state. We've been really trying to target all of the geographic areas of the state as well as all of the different aspects of the substance use continuum of care, so prevention, treatment, recovery, so that we can get the money out for its intended purpose.
As a follow-up, but to be clear, it's either April 4th or 6th, the RFP for the short term under 15,000 goes live.
That's 6th.
Okay, yep. Thank you.
Yep.
Councilor Stevens?
I have another question, just because you prompted my attention on this too, because we have constituents calling us and talking to us about this. I want to make sure I understand the Suboxone requirement, or is it a requirement? If there's a vendor in a faith-based community that is absolutely opposed to issuing Suboxone, doing great work, great outcomes, helping people get back on the road to recovery, does this grant in any way limit their ability to be competitive in the distributions here?
No.
There's no federal legal requirement at all, because there's been some miscommunication out there.
So there are meetings and discussions with them about that. They have been told that they can apply, like everybody else can, for a share of the $6.5 million.
The abuse division has indicated that was a restriction. You're telling me it's not a restriction, but it won't be held against any vendor that's looking for a competitive in the competition for services to continue to
It will not be held against.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilor Wheeler?
Yeah. Kind of in the same vein, if someone has a very low recidivism rate, better than a lot of other programs, I'd like the United Way and yourself to tell me what weight do you put on that when you're deciding who's going to get the money?
Oh, I think that would be a very important factor as we evaluate these programs. Many of these programs have sort of independent audits and reports that they submit. And so we want to look at the success of the programs ongoing to make sure that they are doing what they say. And if they are a successful program, Obviously, that would weigh heavily, I think, in decisions of the evaluators about whether or not they should be funded.
I'd like to hear that from United Way on the record.
Thank you. Yeah, we absolutely look at the success and outcomes in determining it's definitely a component of the scoring rubric. And we also, for some of the organizations I think we're referring to here, we also provide support around evaluation. So if they don't have an independent evaluation and want to work towards that, we're happy to partner with them as well. And that offer has been made to some of the organizations I think we're referring to today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion of this item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item carries. I ask for a motion to consider item 5H of the consent calendar. So moved. Any discussion of this item? Councilor Leoville?
Thank you, yes. Good morning, Commissioner. This item is decreasing a price quotation by almost $1 million with the University of New Hampshire. Can you tell me, is this part of the backup budget cuts that I know the $50 million or $52 million that your department is working
It's
for?
not that it was $15 million, it's actually 52, yeah, 52. This item here is a normal renewal, it's going through its normal renewal time, and that would be the time that we would make a change in this contract. So it is a reduction in response to reductions that we needed to make for 26, and that is one of them. So in partnership with the vendor here, we talk about, where can we reduce scope and not have a lot of pain with that. So in this particular case, we were able to do that and actually take something that we were asking them to do and then bring it in-house for ourselves. And we have to weigh that very heavily because I'm not flush with resources to be able to do a lot, but we stretch where we can, and we're reducing that contract there in the back of the budget obligation.
So, and you're subject to the higher degrees right now, your department is subject to the higher degrees in State Department?
Correct.
And so you're bringing in $1 million worth of services to now be handled internally with your existing staff?
For sure. So this isn't necessarily services. There's technical assistance in here. There's a website, which is primarily the thing that we're taking in-house to manage. We wouldn't, take it in if we couldn't do that. So that was one thing that we negotiated to be able to reduce. And that's primarily what we have here for the reduction. And the rest of the contract is the renewal for the services to continue as expected.
Thank you.
Councilor Stephen?
I just want to commend the commissioner because I understand the situation you're in, and I know that the governor and you are working together on all these reductions. And you're trying to minimize the direct impact, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's what you've done with this item. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any further discussion of this item? Hearing none, all in favor of item 5H signify by saying aye. Aye. The item carries. I would like to move on to the regular agenda, and I would ask for a motion to adopt late item B from the Governor's Office of New Opportunities in Rural and Information Health, otherwise known as GONOR. So moved. Second. Okay. So since this is on the Governor's agenda, before I open up discussion to the council, I have certainly wanted to speak to this item. First of all, mental health is incredibly important to our state. In fact, I dare say that if I asked everyone in this room to raise their hand whether they or someone they know personally has been impacted by it, because mental health is as important as physical health. And when I think about the quality of life of people here in New Hampshire, mental health is so important to that quality of life. And our community mental health centers are essential to delivering to the state of New Hampshire, to everyone in this state, quality mental health. They're really on the front lines of this to make sure that everyone has access to mental health, and especially in their times of the most acute need. Whether it's an emergency response professional or a psychiatric emergency to support children, to support adults, some of whom are living with severe mental illness or substance misuse challenges, or some of whom have just had something happen in their lives that has put them in a situation where they need that support, they need that mental health, they need the counseling, they need the services that our community mental health centers provide. And I'm very grateful to our community mental health centers. We have 10 community mental health centers in this state. They provide over 40 locations throughout New Hampshire, and they serve individuals from all different communities. I also think that as we think about this Rural Health Transformation Grant, it's so important that we strengthen our community mental health centers who do have sustainability challenges on financing and making sure they have the support that they need. And that's why this is such a critical part as one of our 5 hub contracts to support our community mental health centers. And they're all separate, 10 separate nonprofits, but they join together under one group, and they're known as the New Hampshire Community Behavioral Health Association, or otherwise known as CBA. I know the leadership of that organization, many of whom who lead our community mental health centers are here today, so I want to thank the leadership of that organization, Maggie Pritchard, Patricia Cardi, Jay Couture, Lisa Madden, Suzanne Gatens Olson, and I know many others from the others, and those who work underneath you. Thank you for attending, and thank you for the incredible work that you do every day, and for all who work in your mental health centers. I created the Go North office so that my office would be overseeing and working very closely on this rural health transformation grant, and over the next 5 years to make sure that we continue to lead New England for the amount of funding that we're receiving, that this money is deployed quickly, effectively, and that we make a difference to make sure that every person in this state has access to quality health care, and especially quality mental health care. So in advance of before we submitted this application to CMS, we held a number of summits and sessions to hear from the communities, to hear from the practitioners and the people of the state on what would be needed and transformational for a rural care health center. That's rural health care in the state. And I also know the executive counselor that did win us the largest award in New England, $204 million in the first budget period. Now it's time to deliver for the people of New Hampshire. This council passed the first four of the 5 hub contracts to deliver transformational care in various areas to improve, strengthen, and make sure in our rural areas that everyone has access to care. This grant nationally is competitive, and I put New Hampshire up against anyone. But next year's funding is on the line. We have contracts that need to be executed. We have RFPs to issue, and we have milestones to hit, and we're very anxious to do that. Our first set of reports on progress are due to CMS this summer. Time is of the essence so we can deliver on the plan that was approved by CMS for the people of New Hampshire. We have our 5th and final hub contract on the agenda today. The contract with CBA, our Community Behavioral Health Association, to bring transformational and important change to the community mental health center of operations in the state to make them more financially sustainable and be able to serve people throughout the state. In consideration of the previous hub contracts, we listened to Go North. I listened to the ideas and concerns of the council and incorporated those changes into these contracts. I want to thank you for that work and for your prior support for those 4 contracts. And now I'm asking you to do the same today. Now it is time to put in place our 5th hub contract. We have listened to your ideas and worked to incorporate important checks that you will see these contracts before this council. Increase executive council action, 2-year contracts with a 1-year extension for regular opportunities for council oversight. Any additional hub sole source contracts will come back before this council for approval. Councils will be notified of any RFP that is made as it's being issued and also when it's awarded. Indirect costs are capped at 10%, and anything that would exceed 10% would have to come to this council for approval, but we do not anticipate that. Subrecipient budgets must be approved by the Go North office that is under my supervision. And Go North will have increased visibility and leverage to ensure operations are consistent with the contracts and that people are meeting their milestones. Consultant expenses are identified and capped. The service agreement between SEBA and a subcontractor in this contract is subject to go to Go North for prior review and approval. And we protected privacy in these contracts as the council has raised. There are a number of upcoming competitive procurements that will come before this council that are separate on transportation, things like telemental health and other really important areas that it's not the only step that we'll take, but it is essential as it coordinates the 10 centers on reforms that will help sustain them and deliver for the people of New Hampshire. This contract helps every part of our state, and as I look at your districts, for Councilor Stevens, it's more than $22 million. For your 2 community mental health centers, for Councilor Leo Hill, it's more than $50 million for your 5 community mental health centers. Councilor Stephen, more than $12 million for your community mental health center in Manchester. Councilor Wheeler, more than $18 million for your 2 community mental health centers. Of course, Nashua, who has had the most recent difficulties and challenges. Councilor Kenny, more than $50 million for your 4 community mental health centers covering the northern parts of our state. I appreciate your listening and the work that was done here. We can work together on this. Your ideas and work are included in this application. And for all that work, we did receive the largest award, but we need to keep that award, we need to build on it, and we need to make sure that every year in those 5 years, that New Hampshire continues to lead the way in New England. Now is the time to start strengthening our community mental health centers. We, in our budget, supported them to help them with their uncompensated care, but we have to deliver for tens of thousands of the adults and children in this state who the first line that they go to are the community important thing we could do than improve the mental health care for the people of New Hampshire, because this is truly an issue that impacts all of us. Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Governor. I was anxious and ready to vote on this March 4th. The recent shuttering of outpatient behavioral health care services by a for-profit hospital, leaving 820 patients at risk of continuation of care and risk to medical management. It was a community mental health center which stepped up, and that's typically the way it is. Last year, over 7,500 residents were served. More than 5,600 crisis services were provided. During the pandemic, it was our community mental health centers which established rapid response teams. Our community mental health centers provided over 185,000 services to the people of New Hampshire. Sustainability is critical right now. Uncompensated care is not going to go away. It's going to change the way healthcare is delivered in the state. These contracts meet the 5 CMS strategic goals of rural health. The 10 community mental health centers become one network. Integrated behavioral health care, scaling our certified community behavioral health care centers. It's a win. We're going to expand rural behavioral health workforce. And I think it's important to note that the vacancy rates have fluctuated between anywhere from 20 to 40%. Anything we can do to invest in recruitment and retention for these systems is critical. I have 2 of the best community mental health centers. I know the leadership personally, and they do exemplary work every day.
morning, David Shorty, the Director of Financial Sustainability and Policy for the Millbrook office.
Great, thank you to work with this, and I appreciate some of the changes that were made following the last meeting and some of the great work, especially that Councilor Stephen did to ensure that there was accountability and oversight for the Executive Council. Can you guys talk a little bit, as I understand this particular contract with the Community Behavioral Health Association, the structure of this is similarly structured to the other contracts. They serve as staff for the Community Behavioral Health Association and some structure to the contracts that we approved last week. Is that a correct assessment?
Yes, it's similar in that it's a sole source contract to SEBA as a facilitating organization of SEBA to a subcontractor, which is also Company.
And what makes this transformational, as we discussed a little bit, and I want to just make sure that we understand this a little more, there are going to be less funds. Thanks to the One Big Beautiful Budget that was passed last year, we're anticipating the loss of significant Medicaid-related funds in our state. And so one of the reasons for this contract, or the intention for this contract, as I understand it, is to help the 10 community mental health centers to be able to streamline some of their administrative costs, to create this centralized management organization that will allow them to lower costs over time, able to withstand some of the reduced funding that is coming down the road, and to hopefully make sure that the funds that do come are really getting to the people that need them, really putting directly into the services of this contract.
Yes, happy to. So one piece is to create a coordinated network so that all 10 community mental health centers are working as one across the state.
Good tall, I feel like I don't want
Don't have to try to figure it out.
And the other major component is service delivery changes to integrate substance use treatment and primary care into behavioral health. So it's all one comprehensive place to obtain care and to expand behavioral health crisis response. The plan is to implement common technology infrastructure like a common electronic medical record system for health being done in a streamlined manner to lower the overhead, the overall overhead costs going forward.
And the right now we have 10 community mental health centers. 3 of them are certified. And as I understand it, the goal of this is to make sure that all 10 become certified. Can you talk about how that is going to affect the budgets? And you know, I'm really focused on the money, because I know that what's coming ahead is painful, and I want to understand how the work that we're doing here is going to help us prepare for the pain coming in the future.
So that's correct. There are 3 community mental health centers that are currently certified community behavioral health clinics. What that does entirely is a prospective payment model so that revenue is more predictable, and for budgetary planning standpoints, it's a more stable operation.
And can you talk about telemedicine? How is telemedicine perceived to be a part of this contract?
Also that we can use the Health Transformation Program, the Foundation for Healthy Communities, one that was approved last week, has a major telehealth component.
I concur that the community mental health centers are the backbone of our mental health system in New Hampshire, the very rural town of Alstead, and it underscores the urgency and the tremendous need that we have to strengthen our community mental health centers and the entire mental health system in the state. And for these reasons and more, I am supporting this contract today.
Thank you. Councilors, other discussion?
I have a question on it.
Councilor?
Just to make it clear that I understand that this is a trade association that we're giving $133 million to. The board of directors are made up of the mental health centers. The consultant, the Helms and Company, is, in fact, one of them is the executive director. And we're going to give the executive director and the consultant $18+ million over 5 years. The way I look at this, they have no staff. They're going to hire staff I just want to make sure it's clear, none of these dollars can be used, and I agree 110% with the governor. The hub idea that she put out is innovative. For 5 hubs is transformative. This is a national leadership best practice. And I agree with each of these mental health directors. They could do so much more if they're given these resources. My community mental health center in Manchester, I met with the CEO last week, actually this week, and the outcomes, and without going through all the outcomes, the amount they're serving help and the amount of services they're delivering every day, exemplary, and they're fighting issues of workforce and trying to help. And they're going to be one of the integral partners helping the North Country in Councilor Kenny's district. And I agree wholeheartedly with where the government is going here, and we need to help that community. We've got certification needs, we've got record needs, integration, interoperability, and workforce needs. And I thank you, David, for addressing some of the questions I had. But what still hasn't been addressed is we're giving a sole source contract to an individual who's the executive director of this association in very substantial dollars to hire staff. We don't even know what the rates are. Yes, there's going to be a review of the Go North. Yes, there's going to be a review of the board of directors. Yes, there'll be involvement of the governor, but there will not be involvement of the council other than notification. And we're not giving anyone else an opportunity where this individual from the Helms Company sits at the helm of the executive of this trade association, making $140,000 from the community mental health centers. In addition to this, and now we're going to give each year 3.5, 3.7 million. And I'm just asking you as a question, is there no one else in a competitive structure where this individual in the Helms could stay as executive director, and we need to get these funds out? I'm willing to go today and get these funds out to the mental health centers immediately. But is there any way we can have state employees involved at Dennis Goulet's shop, hiring IT because there's IT connection, hiring some folks at DHS, hiring folks that in other departments that with those dollars name a sole source contract, ladies and gentlemen of this council, in a very significant amount to the individual. This can be done so that the money can get out to the mental health centers immediately.
It's $18 million in subrecipient grants to the community mental health centers from SEBA. The sole source contract Helms is approximately $2.4 million in the budget, and there's a total consulting line of $3.7 million.
A year.
Correct. Yes.
For 5 years, it's 18.8 million.
Yes.
I have a few questions.
He didn't answer my question though.
All right, well, let me clarify a few things here. Number one, it's not to an individual, correct?
Correct.
Who is it to? Who's the contract?
The contract is to SEBA, full contract with Helms Company.
Right, okay, and right now, these are 10 separate nonprofits, correct?
That's correct. They've been working with this.
So they have a history here, and they're willing 10 separate nonprofits to agree to work with this. And how much, make sure you break down how much money goes out each year to the community, and also how many people, when we think about the overhead here, it's under 10%, correct?
That's correct.
Meets the 10% cap. So of that 10% cap, it's not one individual that's working for that amount. How many individuals at least are going to be working with that underneath that, the amount that is the administrative cost? So make sure that people understand the breakdown of what goes out to each community mental health center each year, how much this is in administrative costs, how many people we're talking about because it's more than one individual, and why we don't have the state capacity, but we have an existing organization that can effectively execute this and build on what they've done and make it transformational so that everyone is done.
In the first year, it's about $18 million in awards, directly $112 million. That depends on the future funding, so how successful we are in years 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The number of FTEs in the contract between SEBA and Helms is 6.75 FTEs in state individuals. That's about 13,500 hours a year. It's an average hourly rate of around $180. for consulting services. And it will be structured as an up to amount, so it would be similar to a price limitation. So if it didn't take 13,000 hours, if it was less, that would be more money in direct awards to the community mental health centers.
And do we have to approve that budget? In other words, the Go North, the governor's office, the director of Go North, yourself, we have to approve that, don't we? Up to that $3 million?
Yes, Go North has to approve the budget and the scope of services that will be provided by homes to the community mental health centers.
But how much money are we talking about over the 5 years to go out directly to community mental health centers?
It's approximately $112 million.
I go back to my question, thank you, Governor, and I agree with that. But what I want to make sure is, this contract, again, says, CEVA, that, I'm quoting, does not currently have the staffing to carry out the terms of this award. That's what it says in the contract. The $18.8 million Helms and Company fee, that's a consultant line in the budget. That fee is classified in the budget as consultants, a direct cost rather than administrative overhead, which effectively circumvents the 10% administrative cap that we agreed to in the last meeting. And can I just ask a question? Can state employees, I'm not saying change, the Helms Company has helped Governor, the certification process, I get that. That's $140,000 they make this year. And they continue their work. And while they continue their work, these other dollars are given to state employees that can actually help with Office of IT, with Dennis Goulet and others. We're talking.
If the Commissioner of DOIT would come in too, I'd like to ask the Commissioner of Health and Human Services, I'd like to ask the Commissioner of DOIT, and I would like to ask, are the state employees there to do this, that we could get it stood up in time to be able to get the resources needed in time for this grant, when there's already an existing organization that has worked with these community mental health centers. So I guess I would like the commissioners to answer this question. If you have right now the ability, and we can immediately run with this.
Sure, I'll go first. I have a 22% vacancy rate that's climbing monthly, so I currently don't have capacity to take anything else on. I barely have capacity to do what I'm doing.
My vacancy rate's a couple points higher than that at this moment, and the other thing I would say is the the IT that I haven't had been able to read the late item, but my perception is that we're looking at systems to manage this process of health record systems. That's pretty far out of my non-governmental. It's pretty far out of our skill base. And mostly, my previous career in my last job, I was responsible for the implementation inside an organization like this is mostly a business challenge. The technical part is this big, the business challenge, particularly around organizational change management when you're consolidating into a single. That's where the effort is. That's not an IT effort, it's an organizational change management effort. I think that speed to value is going to be fastest outside the state government context in this case, based on what I know, which is very limited at this point.
I would also like Director Shorty to answer, I don't know what your title is, but so financial person for Go North, but also catch-all in HHS too. Could you answer for me also as well, thinking about what is our time frame we have to execute this? When's our first report we have?
December 29th and the end of July, the year 2 award, which will be issued no later than October 30th, 2026.
So time is of the essence here.
And the funds can't carry over from year to year, so they need to be spent by the end of the budget period deadline.
And I guess I would ask, what's the average time for us to find the right expertise in state government to do this kind of thing?
Speaking from my former Medicaid experience, those type of procurements do take a long time.
And follow up, because I really, this discussion a long time ago, put out specs for jobs. And at the end of the day, I just want to say one thing here. $40,000 that the health company gets today didn't have rural health. They would be doing this to work towards this. I agree that the mental health centers need those dollars now. My point is, if they continue doing what they're doing today, and these dollars go right out to the community now, can we at least put an RFP out, association, is not the consultant that's actually hiring the people and doing the work that you're asking us to approve. Can we get to a point where they stay continuing doing what they're doing? Is that gonna probably impact the timeline?
Unfortunately, it will impact the timeline. There's not enough time to accomplish it. And to make this successful, we need one coordinated network at the end of the day, which requires all 10 community mental health centers to work as one. And they have an established partner, Hugh Nelson Company, that they've worked with for 24 years. And that's the partner they've asked us to continue using in this proposal.
Thank you.
Conflict. I think it is so I can get it resolved in my mind. So, Attorney General, thank you. Good morning. So, we have a consultant who works with the trade association, who's going to be Helms and Associates are going to be hiring employees to kind of carry out this contract, if you will. And it's a sole source contract, really on top of a sole source contract. Do you see any perception of conflict of interest?
I think what I would say to that, Counselor, is that it's a unique structure, but this is a unique situation. And we had extensive conversations with Go North about this. I'm not going to get into too many of those details publicly because those are attorney-client privilege discussions, but we looked at this carefully. We looked at the structure. I don't see it as a problematic conflict of interest legally, or, I mean, I understand, you know, if you're looking at this from a distance, the perception, but I think what people need to understand is that this is a unique structure because we've got a unique situation. We've got 10 community mental health centers who all work together, but they're also different, and they have a trade association that they made up the board of. But the whole purpose of this grant is for these community mental health centers to transform themselves. And they've been working with this company for many years. And we thought about different ways to structure this. And this, I think, is the structure that makes the most sense because you've got to have all the community mental health centers on board and comfortable with the structure. And they're going to be comfortable with the structure if they're working with an organization that they've been working with for a long time. And another way that this could have been structured was contracting directly with Helms and Company to just work with the community mental health centers. But that actually is less beneficial to the community mental health centers because this structure gives them more oversight and more control over Helms and Company because they're going to be contracting with Helms and Company, the association board. So I don't want to drone on too long because you asked a pretty simple question, which is, do I see it as a problematic conflict of interest? And the answer to that is no. I think it is fair to say it's a unique structure, but it's a unique structure that makes sense for this unique situation. In other situations, would we structure it this way? Probably not. But this is a very unique situation, and on top of all of the requirements that come along with the Rural Health Transformation Grant, right? And the timing requirements and the milestones we have to meet. This is, as we've talked about now multiple times, a very unique grant. In the past, when the federal government has given us a lot of money, we've been able to kind of use the money for just about whatever we want. We maybe had to spend the money by a certain date, but we've had, say, 2 or 3 years to spend the money. This is the combination of very strict timelines and very strict parameters and a lot of money and very specific goals to transform complicated systems. So a very unique structure, but very unique circumstances. So I don't see it as a problematic conflict of interest. I can understand why circumstances are unique, and I just don't solve this about this. So we've thought through a lot of those issues.
And general, of course, all of this will come back before the council. Again, it's not
Yes.
each year the amount of money that comes forward has to be approved by this council. Starting first this fall is my understanding.
Yes, and look, if something were not going right, I'm sure Go North is built in the protections and the scope of services and built in the oversight from Go North to keep a close eye on this to make sure this is working the way we want it to work.
Okay, I'm gonna bring up an example and you can, join in at one point. Served on this council over 10 years ago. We had a contract with Dr. Hitchcock to provide psychiatric services to the New Hampshire Hospital. The FTEs, okay, we found that they were understaffed over a period of time. It was this council, and the fact that we're structured the way that we are, that discovered this understaffing of this particular contract. There was an independent investigation, and it was discovered that they truly were understaffed, and I think we were paid $75,000. And I understand we had a gun to our head the first day that we got this. It just seems to me that we're giving up a lot of our authority that in 10 years ago accountable, so that we ended up.
A pretty good portion of it in the governor's office and at New Hampshire Hospital is that we entered into the contract. There were problems with it. When it came up for renewal is when the council really exercised its authority. But also, we were in communication with the council in between times when it had to come back for a vote. And in this instance, I actually think this is probably going to come back to the council a lot more often, given that you only have the initial 2-year term and you have 1-year extensions, given that you've got the amendments that will come back to the council. So I think the council is still going to retain a lot of authority here, and the state as a whole, through the governor's office in consultation with DOJ, has a lot of authority and oversight here. Probably more oversight than we had even over that contract with government.
So just as a follow-up, so if you look at exhibit, I guess, I think it's C, exhibit C. So there's an amount, under consultants of 3.7 million, and through, that falls for 5 years. But there's no breakdown in that budget. So how do I see the FTEs, full-time equivalents? How do I see those? I don't see the budget sheet for that.
Could you answer that, Lee?
That will be in the contract between SEBA and Helms, where there will be a requirement for them to have at least 6.75 FTEs, approximately 13,500 hours per year or up to. It would act as a price limitation amount, so they can't go over without seeking an amendment, which would be subject to governor approval, and to the extent it's under, it would end up in more direct awards to the community mental health centers. The other piece, we're going to have robust oversight over this contract. We're bringing in an independent evaluator that will be looking at not just this hub, but all hubs. They'll be making sure that the milestones are being met, that the performance metrics are being met, so that we are meeting the outcomes we committed to CMS with in that application.
And so I can verify that independent evaluator, that is an RFP that's going out, right?
That's correct.
And the council will see that contract.
That's correct.
So just to follow up on that, so this exhibit C here, with regards to the consultant aggregate amount, you don't see any problem today with regards to the council not seeing that kind of break out as far as the FTEs and other items that would fall under that?
We're happy to provide additional information to justify the 3.7.
Yeah, because earlier you said you had 6.75 FTEs that you offered as what was the breakout?
That's because it would be in the contract between SEBA and Helms. We asked for additional, we're happy to provide the additional scope, and we have to approve the budget.
So who has? Okay.
But we are happy to provide that information to you. We will, that's why we have no warrant, but we will be, I know if Don Lee were here, she'd say the same thing. We're happy to get you that information as we're reviewing it, and if there's an issue, we're happy to take that into account. Obviously, we want to make sure this effectively.
So I'm not going to get that budget sheet today.
I provided later, not this afternoon.
Is there any will at Go North to put this out for an RFP for the next round of money for October? Would we get started on that, or would we come to October with 3 guns to our head?
I think we need to get it started in a coordinated manner and stick with the framework that we built into this contract. I hope we would be able to RFP for the annual award that's coming out in October.
So what you're saying is the council must rubber stamp the next one because there's gonna be no alternative for October's batch.
There will be an opportunity when the award is issued in October for the council to approve the accepted expend and amendment to the budget for this contract and for all of the.
Any other alternatives to the council?
To the extent that they're performing and meeting their performance metrics and their milestones, that's correct.
And let me just clarify, in October though, this council will see the event, it will also see the amounts and
Association about why they are choosing to have here, how to structure this contract. Can you please talk about the relationship that this is the best way to move forward?
That was through SAMHSA grants. We have a smaller window here to move our health system, knows payment models, has an understanding of the knowledge, being able to move, not about CCDHC. It's a messenger model and related to our association. And so that was the decision that we made as a collective. I think any of you know, and our partners at the department know, we are 10 very individual mental health centers together. Our electronic health record system and our back office functions so that we can streamline and be more efficient, but also work with partners in the other rural retention and recruitment, move us forward in a way that is also consistent with priorities as the preferred model systems. Also, the future of this is the sustainability of this model in a cost basis way.
Thank you very much. A question for Director Charney. The way that this contract is structured is with the Community Behavioral Health Association. The intention is to stand up a management services organization that will then continue on beyond the 5 years. Is it the vision that Helms & Company will become this management services organization, or is that management services organization going to be its own separate entity? Is it going to be a SEBA entity? Who owns the management services organization that will be stood up?
It would need to be an entity that is governed and overseen by the CMHCs because it's services provided back in a decentralized way to all community mental health centers. They may contract with other partners to help provide those management services and those back office functions.
But ultimately, it will be the Community Behavioral Health Association or the 10 entities if they decide to create some other entity, I suppose. But it will not be the ownership, the ongoing ownership of the management services organization that we're standing up will not be in a private for-profit company. It will be held by a non-profit entity.
That's correct.
Did you want to speak to that?
No, that's exactly correct.
Thank you for clarifying that. I think it's important that we move forward with this. We have got to make changes. We have got to make changes now so that we can be prepared for the future. And the couple of months that we have left before our first report is due, we're only going to be able to have something to report if we move forward now. The funds that are allocated to this meet the 10% cap of administration. They're going to be coming back to us. These contracts will be coming back to us in the fall of this year, as early as the fall of this year, but they also will be coming back for an amendment in 2 years, and every year after that. And so, to me, this is a sense, we have seen what happens when the legislature moves forward recklessly with eliminating the auto inspection program. And now we're in a state of limbo and we're wasting taxpayer dollars, and that is not transformational. I think in this case, we really ought to be heeding the expert advice that we are receiving from both our department as well as from the 10 the community mental health centers that are going to be involved. They understand the task at hand, and we have a plan that will allow us to implement that, and I would encourage us to move these forward as quickly as we can.
Councilor Kane?
Thank you, Kevin. Well, first of all, I want to say that the legislature is the legislature. It's an interesting beast. And
Yeah, there's 400 of those, I thought.
and I was a part of that beast for 8 years and in the Senate for 6 years. And so, but I don't think the council's ever in limbo. I think we always take action and we always try to do the right thing. But I did want to ask the CBER Vice President a couple of questions. A lot of my colleagues said we need to move forward, and I said we need to move north. Okay, we need to move north. And so I appreciate the funding that's been carved out for my district, behavioral health services. I come from a different perspective. I'm of a family that's used mental health services for over 40 years. A mother who served in Northern Carolina Mental Health Board of Directors in the 1980s and 90s. So I kind of, where the rubber meets the road, and I appreciate all of the help, behavioral health executive directors, staff, but particularly people who do it, at the grassroots level. Because my mother would always say, stop giving those people up here in the senior management to high salaries. It needs to go to the consumer out in the field. And that's kind of the message that I've always brought forth in these types of contracts. But when I did a query on transportation for all 5 hub contracts, it only came up once. It was under the Foundation for Healthy Communities hub contract. And I didn't see anything under behavioral health. So what did we hear with Councilor Stephen and others when we did these round tables? The #1 issue was transportation and access to whether it's mental health or healthcare services. And so I don't see it so much in this contract. It might come from the hub 6, go north. But why are we talking more about transportation and access? We're talking about system building. But I want to make sure that people have access to behavioral health at the local levels.
Under CCDHC, I think those are all one and the same. One of the largest linchpins is this issue of access. It's both around having open access, ability to do that. It's about telehealth expansion and being able to offer that. But one of the things that, you may not have seen it because a lot of the details in this comes when you start the transformation. One of the first things that you have to do is you have to do a community needs assessment with stakeholder groups. We already know that that's been identified in North Country. Suzanne, who was on, was part of, although the executive team was assisting with the contract reviews, we made sure that our rural partners were represented, and she was part of that review process. When those needs are identified, then the dollars are aimed at trying to solve those gaps in treatment. So you have to, as you need to have happen. The other thing this does is it brings us together so that if there are areas where be able to assist, and that might be through telehealth, it might be through assistance and sharing of staff, in those crisis times. We've never done that before. This care coordination model will do that. And so most of what will get identified year over year will be based on that community needs assessment for that individual region. And then the work plans will be targeted toward those needs.
So just to follow up, I appreciate that answer. I like the integration part of it. Obviously, with drug and alcohol, and, the other services as well. But, it's it reminds me back a few years ago when I started screaming and shouting at a breakfast meeting about the New Hampshire Food Bank not looking north at 18% food insecurity. And we didn't have a food warehouse, but we got millions of dollars that somehow got redirected. And finally they got it. Now they have a food warehouse up there, and they're taking care of some of that food insecurity up there. But I've always said with leaders in the state of New Hampshire, you need to stand right in the middle of the North Country or Collis County, and that's where you need to start. So I see all these 10 mental health centers, and I don't know which started first. But if I were controlled of 10 mental health centers, and the funding and the consultants and all the worker bees. I plant myself in the North Country, and I start there first, and I work my way south. There's a reason why it's called Go North. Those are the people up there who need it. They don't have the services in a lot of cases, but the the executive directors for social services do a miraculous work up there because they're able to come together real quick and solve problems. And that goes back to your needs assessment. And I think that's a good thing. I just don't want this to be lost in translation, that you're going to start in the southern part of the state, and the next thing you know, well, it's a Go South program for mental health. Let's make it a Go North program.
So what I want to say about that is I'm in a lot of our planning meetings and in leading up to this, and we have some pretty strong voices in our North Country, and they were very clear. You know, Mindy Asbury, Suzanne, others, Lori Chavanette, very clear about the fact that we had to focus on them and we had to think about things from their perspective, particularly, you know, those of us in the South, right? So we are very focused on the North. You know, part of my obligation to them as someone who has moved along in this based on SAMHSA grants that I've achieved is my commitment to them around sharing all the resources, all the things that we've developed to ensure that those areas are getting transformed in the same way that every other area is, and with the unique needs that they have. So it is a focus of ours and has been talked about. I mean, this system transformation is something that we 10 centers have been talking about sort of as a vision, if you will, never knowing before rural health dollars were around. We were talking about what we wanted, what our vision was for our system. And so when rural health came along, it was really easy for us to jump in.
I can remember Councilor Burton. Many a time I get him on his little cell phone. And I like if I get him for 60 seconds and it blinked out, and I'm like, wow, I won't see Ray Burton for a few days because of the telecommunications piece. Well, guess what? Between the FirstNet and the huge contracts that come through government council, we have a pretty good system up there now. So when I think of programs like the telecommunication vendor for youth psychiatry, which is Cartwheel, and I think okay that could be a good use for that up there. I'm not saying it's a cure-all, but depending on the level of client, that could be used in that instance. But I don't hear a lot of excitement. I suppose the RFP process will bring out opportunities where other vendors might come in and kind of close the gap with certain services up north. But I guess what I'm trying to say is the telecommunications piece is there for telehealth.
Absolutely.
Let's use it up there.
Telehealth is something that is specifically outlined in our in our proposal, and it's for everyone. I mean, I think the reality of the situation is that our telehealth needs to be obviously determined by the needs of our patients and our communities. Things have changed. Things went all to telehealth during COVID, and now we're seeing sort of this decision by our patients. We ask them on a regular basis, what do you prefer? And it's hybrid. They prefer a little bit of in-person, but certainly telehealth is a part of it as well. Telehealth expansion is something that we're looking at. You mentioned Cartwheel. We really feel, as the 10 community mental centers, we're able to do that telehealth. We, as a system, will be able to do that telehealth expansion. We don't even think we need outside entities to be able to do that. And whether it's, regardless of where it is, people's homes, in the schools, wherever it is, we believe we have the capacity to do that. So, and it's something that we feel strongly about. Those are places that we already exist in various levels, and the expansion of that is something that we want to accomplish. And it is part of, again, what we need to do as being a CCDHC, meeting those needs of the people in our communities is the basis for how we determine what those work plans are.
And last, I would just say your mental health drop-in centers, they appear, they disappear. You look at your needs assessment and your outcomes. you really need to look at that model and see how it's going to produce.
I think that, so that you know, another sort of key component to CCBHCs is that you have to have more formal partnerships with the people in your community, especially the ones that are doing work that aligns with you for the community that you serve. So it's going to be critical for us to really partner, leverage resources. We are very well aware that there is only a finite amount of resources. We have to partner in ways that allow us to really leverage those resources well and be able to utilize our relationships in a more formal way. Not we're partnering because we treat the same population, but more how are we working together so that there's no duplication and that you are actually leveraging the resources that are out there.
And my last question, because again, I'm monopolizing time here, but Councilor Stephen had a very good observation based off his experience at DHHS. These funding pieces come in, these programs come in, and 5 years later, the bubble bursts. No sustainability, no transformative outcomes. It's just budgets wither away, and the consultant no longer is paid, your staff is let go. How do you make sure this thing is a lovely person some days?
What I want to say about that is that part of the work that we're going to have to do is to continue our work with the department, continue our work with the Medicaid office. This model is based on a cost basis model. So reimbursement is then done in a way, and this is how it's being done across the country, is on a cost basis. So that cost model is done currently just in our infancy in doing this, redone every 2 years, and it's based on the costs of the programs that are included within CCBHC. Not everything is included, and so that model is then something that is built in, right, to the reimbursement system for Medicaid. It's important because this is something that's being done nationally. The demonstration projects, of which New Hampshire is one of, is really laying the foundation for that sustainability. Things that I talked about earlier, like the Ensuring Excellence in Mental Health Care Act, will ensure that sustainability long-term. It has had bipartisan support across several administrations, really since 2014, and has recently been pushed forward. And so the hope is that when you have a model that is supported not just but also by many outcomes, not utilization, outcomes, and you're basing your next enhancements or you're looking at what you're going to do next best based on that data, right? If something isn't working, you need to change it. And so utilizing that accountable lens is really the way that
I've noticed more recently private providers who overcharge for basic services for young adults with mental health services that they need, psychiatry, psychologists, whatever, and the parents go in a frenzy because the great psychiatrist that everybody knows you can't afford or her. And that's the biggest downfall, I think, in the mental health system is insurance companies that don't insure families or the providers who just price out their families to be able to access that. So I know we're talking about Medicaid and Medicare, but please bring that out because that seems a travesty in our system, mental health suicide. It's just because they couldn't access the service.
I mean, my hope, really, is that when we transform the system, we're going to be the provider of choice. Because the model that we're utilizing is getting the best outcomes and it's helping the most people.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also wanted to just have David clarify real quickly on the transportation piece, that what the council will be receiving on that separate from this. Obviously, we'll take the information that they're putting forward in terms of the needs of the community, but there will be something separately on transportation.
That's correct. Transportation was part of the state's rural health transformational plan, and there's a separate procurement that will be put forth by Go North. And so the council will get those when that gets posted. Once bid are selected and the contract is executed, it'll come to the council.
And then you'll have approval of that, like RFP will come for the council on a separate pot of money to help with the transportation issues as well. It's important. Obviously, we need to coordinate it with the environmental and the physical health, but it's clear that there'll be additional resources for that.
Governor, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the, update on that, but I'm a realist. I don't think we're gonna solve the transportation problem, but I hope we can put a dent in it. That's really what we can hope to do.
I actually see Go North and the Department of Transportation are actually sitting next to each other, so.
And as an aside, I was with Christy last night. She was recognized as an outstanding woman in New Hampshire for establishing that the food access of the North Country that you were so passionate about. So
She's not saying.
she's a force to be reckoned with.
Every day.
Yeah, so Councilor Stephen?
I felt, the 6.7 FTEs, they don't exist today.
It's a mix of existing and then to be hired staff.
To be hired, it's gonna take time.
It'll take some time, but they'll be able to hire quicker than the state can or other.
And they'll be able to hire quicker than the state, they'll be able to hire quicker than any other, and putting on an RFP, and everything will be more efficient, because we're gonna give this sole source to someone that's currently in the environment, and let them hire, and we can't do anything like oversee that for another couple of years. In terms of looking at data, information, when are we gonna see that again?
The SEBA contract will, so in October, there will be the accept and expend for the board, there will be an amendment to the budget to the SEBA contract, and then there's the 2-year, is the initial term, and then every 1 year after that, there will be reauthorization. And the piece about the sole source with Helms, that Helms has existing resources to get off the ground go now as they hire, so there shouldn't be.
And those employees that Helms has today are also working on that $140,000 at its current state, that continues, right?
There will be no duplication, so they'll transfer either directly to.
So my question is, does $140,000 that they're currently getting today continue on, not attached to this? They still get that $140,000?
That's correct. It's separate services. If there will be separate agreements.
So this is all in addition to that $140,000 they're already getting, that these other employees of Helms are doing work, and then they're still going to have to go out and hire like any other company would have to do, and that's going to take some time.
Could you please speak to that? And what they're performing, these are different services, right? So we're not going to be duplicating.
Yeah, they're different services. What Helms does for us currently is some association management, but it's also around the messenger model. So it's the negotiations for each individual mental health center around payment rates, commercial payers, those kinds of things that have to happen individually.
Okay, that's really important, thank you. Well, we want that to continue, that's going to continue. You can keep going on, we get the additional services that we're agreeing to, if we agree to this contract, are going to be, again, sole source to Helms, additional services, plus there'll be other contracts that might go out based on CBHA vote and approval. And the final question I have, has CBHA going through this and talking to the governor's office, coming up with this model, ever discussed keeping that moving with Helms Association, consulting services, healthcare consulting services, and going out to bid for the additional $18 million services for this particular contract? Has that been discussed by your board?
Did we consider it? Yes. We did not believe that that was the way to go based on my previous answer, that we believed that what we needed was a trusted management entity that had a history with us to be able to help us move forward with the new services that are required under this transformative.
And again, I want to be clear, so even though that trusted entity is still going to be part of that trade association working with you, even through this future contract, you still felt that wasn't enough. We had to have that trusted entity get additional funds in a sole source fashion, not an RFP, so other competitors and people could bid for those other additional services. You discussed that and you came to a conclusion that nobody else can do this other than this company.
We believe, given our history with them and what we have to accomplish across the 10 mental health centers, that yes, they were the entity that we needed.
Thank you. Thank you for what you did.
And were you concerned about duplication if you went to a new vendor on that?
We were absolutely concerned because there was no way that anyone could get up to speed without the assistance of Helms.
Thank you. Councilor Wheeler.
Yeah, one more follow-up. So in October, we expect to see a sole source, in essence, accept and expend. And the year after that, the year after that, you're gonna be coming back with sole source, and sole source, is that correct? That's the plan?
So every year, it's an annual award. It's a 5-year grant, there's 5 annual awards. There will be, Governor Council will look to accept and expend the annual award, and then there will be an amendment to the SEMA budget, that all the hub budgets to be procured contracts to adjust the budget to the new CMS approved budget, and those will be sole source amendment requests.
Sole source, that's what I thought, 5 years of sole source, thank you.
Councilor Stevens.
Governor, thank you. Councilor Stevens, you brought up a great point. The SEMA contract with Helms, is that reviewed annually?
Our current contract is reviewed annually, as is the budget.
So there's their performance expectations and requirements, and they're reviewed.
With the expectation that we'll be voting on this before the meeting ends?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No. No. I'm prepared to vote.
Okay, when we get that, all right, I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 6 through 23 from the Department of Transportation. Second. Any discussion? Yes. Commissioner?
Good afternoon.
Your name?
David Rodriguez, for the record, Commissioner of the Department of Transportation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner. We talked about winter operations. The last one, item 10, is authorizing an additional almost $6 million from the highway surplus account to fund winter maintenance activities. Will this conclude the anticipated, or are we still in the window of winter operations? Can you just talk a little bit more about, this has been an extraordinary winter in terms of demand on our resources, and can you just talk a little bit more about how you're addressing that, please?
Yes, so it has been an extraordinary winter. As we do these requests for more funding, we look at where we're at currently, and we project an average winter ahead, which is why we have come back a couple of times to do that. This has been a significant winter, and in fact, not last night, but the night before, our teams were out statewide treating with some significant snow up north. There's still some more snow forecasted to come, so we certainly hope this will get us through the rest of the winter. In addition to the number of storms, there have also been a lot of nighttime events and a lot of weekend events that tend to drive up our costs as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Commissioner, first of all, thank you very much for coming to Hooksett to meet with constituents of mine about the new project down there. Number 20, I wanted to just make sure, number 20, I think this is an important resource for us to have connections with the University of Hampshire. I'm going to be voting on this and letting you know, Commissioner, because it's a 25% indirect to the University of Hampshire, and I continue to try to talk to the commissioners about bringing that indirect cost down more for the services. And Donnelly Lizzo was able to negotiate a 10% cap at the University of Hampshire. I would ask you on continued contracts you bring to us that deal with collaborations with the university, that there is less than a 25% indirect cost.
Okay, we'll look at that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, Commissioner Rodriguez. I want to thank you for providing the feasibility study for the suicide deterrent system for the I-95 bridge. It was generated and released on March 15th. So thank you for prioritizing these critical projects. Greatly appreciated.
You're welcome, and we're glad to see them both moving forward. So, very pleased. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the Commissioner? Councilor Kenny.
I just wanted to throw out another positive. Your team, the community planning team, I believe, has some traffic management hearings, Rochester, Dover, Sunsworth, in the event of the Casbah Bridge closure, I guess.
Yes.
And we all know if that happens, we better have a plan in place.
That's right.
Any thoughts of that ever shutting down for whatever reason?
So we hope it does not. That effort is really being led by Maine DOT, and we are fully supporting that effort. What we have seen across the country when significant bridges like that are closed, the traffic is going to find a way around. So we're very concerned. We know that Portsmouth is already congested. We know that Dover is already congested. But this type of planning for a long-term closure can be very, very effective in easing the impact to the communities and in easing the impact to tourism and commerce and everything that moves onward. So we're very happy to work with Maine on this and to support this. And for any structure like that, we should have a plan for a long-term closure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Stevens.
As a follow-up, having sat in that meeting yesterday in Portsmouth, we know the average daily traffic volume over the 95 bridge is 80,000 vehicles, and that's not even the peak of summer. If the bridge was to go down, the Middle Bridge and the Memorial Bridges respectively could only absorb about 24,000 vehicles. So hence, the goal yesterday was to start looking at the alternatives. The Blackwood Bridges is at its infancy, but they're making progress.
Yes.
Any further questions for the Commissioner? Hearing none, all in favor of items 6 through 23, signify by saying aye.
Aye. No one.
I'll say no to 20. So 20 fails.
I'll say no to 20.
And the others pass. And moving on to, I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 24 through 28 for the Department of Information Technology. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor
Dennis Boulay, Commissioner for the Department of Information Technology. Council?
Afternoon, Commissioner. On questions on item 24 and 25, can you tell us exactly what we're getting? That line has item has a line for consultants. What are they going to be doing? Are we hiring like consultants on a retainer basis in case an emergency comes up, or what exactly are we doing with these consultants here?
So for 24, the consultant there will be, we actually have a contract going for it now. This would keep that person going. And what they're working on is modernizing our software development life cycle. So in areas where agencies are developing software custom, we're trying to make it more efficient and less prone to error. And in this case, this money is allocated to including cybersecurity as part of the regular process instead of making it an additional thing later where you do a scan sometime later. It's more of a continuous, building in continuous cybersecurity practice into it. So that's why we're using a consultant. Well, in this case, it's a particular skill set, but also it's not somebody we're going to need forever. We want this person to complete that work and then end the contract with them. And that's going to go on.
Thank you. And then item 25, we're hiring a new SysOp.
Yes, sir.
Is there a way, like, crew decided to have a chance to talk to the SysOp, and it's kind of an unusual confirmation or salary item?
This is for a Chief Information Security Officer. So this will be in my tenure at the state. This will be my 4th Chief Information Security Officer. All of them have been taken the highest grade. We have a number of applications. This person was vetted. This is a unclassified position. It's not an appointed position. So it's and there are a bunch of those were allocated. And I think I have like 12 in total out of my total department. And so this particular one is more at the pleasure of kind of position, so it wouldn't be approved by the council per se, but this person was interviewed by a number of folks, including Department of Safety folks who got involved and made sure that we were making the right choice there. So I feel like the candidate's been well vetted from a technical and a competency perspective as well as an emotional intelligence perspective. So I think you could have confidence. We've had some good candidates in the past, and I think you'll find this person will be very good. Should you approve this, and you have to, bring her to a breakfast meeting and talk with, give a cybersecurity update. Because of our process, this individual his name is on an agenda here, which isn't 100% comfortable for her. But it will be taking coming out of the private sector, we will be taking a pay cut to serve the state should you approve this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions, Councilor Stevens?
On number 28, Governor, and I did speak yesterday with President Whitman about this, and I understand the contract amendments that are needed for the Deloitte contract. I just want to make sure on the record that it's clear to me, I asked the question of the director, when to do the interfaces with, for example, our economic development system too, our case management, so we can communicate around the work requirements once that hits, and also to have developing a system so that we will help members that are Medicaid eligible out there not fall through the cracks. So Deloitte will have a system that they're going to build now on these dollars, $2+ million or more. And I wanted to make absolutely sure, because I know how this works, and these vendors go out and try to sell this to other states and all around the country. I've seen it firsthand. Yes. I don't want it, and I want to make sure our contract here, when we give Deloitte these dollars, that we own the software, the IP. They cannot hold us hostage if, in fact, there's another vendor that comes in. And that was my point.
So like I heard that question, and we've satisfied ourselves. We actually went into the contract. It's typical that we would put language to that effect in a contract. We went and made sure. I looked at it myself, and I see that those terms and conditions are in there. They're solid. Deloitte has no rights to that IP that they develop on our behalf.
I just want to add something. In addition to that, we have negotiated through the phenomenal work of my team an additional up to $1 million of work after the contract. So in essence, after we implement, should there be hiccups, bumps, additions, it's on their dime to do that up to $1 million.
That's excellent, Commissioner. Thank you. And then the RFP. So this is a legacy system that costs a lot of money, and it's been there for years, and it continues to grow and grow and grow. Other states are getting away from legacy systems and are much less expensive, and taxpayers benefit. Are we going to, I know the call center was taken out, are we going to be looking to do an RFP that goes out to the community to bid so that we don't have another extended legacy system contract here in the future?
For this particular contract, yes, when it is up for renewal, we will be on to that.
So it won't be just continued on?
Correct.
Because it's so important as a legacy system. If we lose this, we lose our...
We're looking at all our systems, including our Medicaid system, to be able to do just that.
And what date would that be roughly?
I think that's up in 28.
That's right. 28? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Councilor Leopold.
Thank you. So continuing on with number 28, as I appreciated the chance to meet with department staff about this contract as well. As I understand it, Deloitte is our maintenance. They have the contract to be our maintenance vendor to help us make changes to our systems when federal rules or state legislation require us to make changes to implement these different programs. And so as I understand it, this contract with Deloitte is, and we're adding to their current contract to make changes that are related to both changes made through the One Big Beautiful budget of last year that is adding work requirements for Medicaid, that is also changing the way that funds are going to be distributed around SNAP benefits. And part of these funds are also looking at helping us to speed up eligibility for long-term care. So those are the three major areas. Do I have that right, that this contract is going to cover?
Correct. And so for the SNAP is to help us with reducing the error rate.
So as I understand it, thanks to the One Big Beautiful Budget Bill, starting next year, we could potentially lose funds we could lose SNAP funds. Potentially, actually, I think I wrote down here about $8 million a year if we don't put in place some changes now to improve our error rate so that we can stay at 100% of the eligibility that we have as a state. I guess so. Do I understand correctly that as of next year, because of changes from the One Big Beautiful Budget Bill, that if we don't make changes now to the way that we address eligibility for SNAP, that we could lose up to $8 million a year?
So you are correct that in the bill there has been changes to what the actual penalty error rate would be. So since we've gotten that notification, we have been working to make improvements with reducing error rates, which includes the automation that you see before today. So it is our goal with this if this gets passed today, that we're able to continue with our time frame and meet those deadlines, particularly for the work requirement, which is January 1st.
Okay, and then the eligibility, we just had a contract about the eligibility for long-term care, which there was a backlog of people, and so I think we approved some additional funds to help address the backlog, and you told us at that time that we were also going to be making changes to our systems so that then we would not end up being in a situation where we had a backlog again. Is that what this contract is helping us do?
Yes, the contract that you referred to prior was the short-term fix of being able to get some additional help to process applications faster. This here is the changes to the system to be able to automate a lot of those processes and bring in some.
With this maintenance contract, it expires, I think you said, in 28, or it will expire sometime next year, and we will then go through and you will issue a new RFP for a new maintenance center at that time?
Correct. We're required to have somebody on contract to be able to make changes as policy changes happen at the state level and the federal level. We have to be nimble as a state to be able to respond to that. So that contract was bid out. That's still like that will be up in 28, and probably 6 to 9 months prior to that, we'll start the RFP process for that.
And can we anticipate that we will have more amendments to this existing contract between now and then, because the federal government is going to make changes or our state legislature is going to make changes? Does that?
I mean, it's always been that way. Throughout the years, it's always been that we have changes. I think the one benefit here is that we have an additional $1 million in the bank, right, to work with per month vendors to be able to make changes as it's relevant to these changes listed here.
Well, I think that's really important, and credit to your staff for doing it, because when work requirements go into effect, I think we've seen this in other places, that when there are work requirements, we already know people are going to lose their benefits, whether, and sometimes it's because there are just some glitches that need to get worked out, and so I think this is good proactive planning on your part to make sure that we have some additional resources to address it, so that people are, hopefully we're going to be able to work through some of those bumps that are inevitably going to happen when it goes into place, because when people are on Medicaid, we are our lowest income folks in our state, and they're the ones who really need the help, and we want to avoid making it even harder for them to get the help that they need. So I know we're projected, I think I've seen estimates that we're anticipating that 20,000 people are going to be losing Medicaid due to last year.
Our goal is that everyone that is eligible remains eligible, right? So through the use of system changes, through the use of an app for the beneficiary, trying different ways for the people that fall off because of the administrative glitch that they get right back on. So again, the goal is those who are eligible remain eligible.
Councilor Stevens.
In regards to non-community engagement, speaking with Medicaid, with the staff, with Mr. Lippman, the redeterminations are now every 6 months, is that correct?
Yes.
For Granite Advantage. And we do have a grant which has to be spent down by September, correct?
Yes.
We have a rather short runway to implement that, so.
Yes.
It's critical. Great. All right, thank you.
Councilor Kenny.
Thank you, Governor. So I have a question on the staff error reduction. So my understanding is a 5% is the low error rate is.
It's 6%.
It's 6%? Okay, so 6% under no penalty. It's when it's over 6%, we get a penalty, correct?
Correct. There's categories, I believe, from like 0 to 5 is a percentage of penalty, and then so it goes. There's 3 levels of that, 6, 0 to 5, 6 to whatever, and then the next level.
So the reality is we're always going to receive some type of penalty if it's over 0?
Yes, just so to be clear, like we have been under the penalty, the penalty rate for years. Like we have never, because we've been less than the national average. It's very rare that we don't hit that. It's now lowered so significantly that almost all states are going to be struggling with that same issue. So all states are doing what we're doing, is to try to find a way to bring back efficiency for that.
Because I noticed we have this process technology improvement grant. So the federal government's giving us this grant money to improve the system.
Correct.
And so
Screens in the New Heights system will work is there's better prompting questions for staff, and you can't move to this until this piece is filled out. So all of that will be included.
Right, because they make books about this dummies for using New Hampshire Easy or something.
Right. No, we're going to make it super easy.
Okay, super easy. Thank you.
I didn't mean to say that.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of items 24 through 28, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to remove table item 20. I ask for a motion to remove table item 20 from the Department of Information Technology from the table.
Go.
Second.
All in favor of removing this item from the table, second. All in favor of discussing this item, signify by saying aye. Aye. The item is over discussion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of item 20, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item carries.
Thank you.
I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 29 from the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. So moved. Second. Any discussion on this item? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item carries. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 30 through 34 from the Community Development Finance Authority. Second. Any discussion on these items? Councilor Cahill.
Good afternoon, Governor, Councilors, Katie Sterling Martin.
Are you the hub director for the CDFA?
Yes.
You are. You know you are. Congratulations. So, Katie, good afternoon. I just had a question on item 32. We typically do kind of awards for individual projects, if you will, for facilities projects, but this seems to, how is this being presented, this particular CDFA award? It seems like there's a homeless shelter over here, a lonely shelter over here, but their communities apart.
Yes, and they identified these 2 needs within their community, and so they applied for both those needs, which was eligible under this program. This is a unique program. This is the remaining funds in the CDBG CD funding.
So I was just a little bit confused.
Yeah.
I had seen this.
Both within the county, so that's the
County sponsored.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, great. And I think I have one other question. I think it had to do with Laconia, the previous site, I don't know, it was at Church Street, whatever. So they're using this community development block grant strictly to expand the kitchen, which in turn will provide more convert meals and meals services, if you will. And so is this kind of a typical grant that we do for this type of activity? Or can you kind of explain the thought process behind this award?
Yeah, I think a typical grant is to increase access to food for those who are food insecure. In this case, the current situation is that food is warmed in this facility, very much limiting how many meals they can produce and also the quality of that food. So they did a planning grant to identify what would be necessary to be able to produce the food on site. And so this grant is to make the enhancements to their facility to allow them to do that preparation of the food on site, which would be additional jobs created in this facility as well as meals served on an annual basis.
Okay. No, I love my senior centers and I love my meals. And, you know, the governor many years ago, I was in Lincoln, and that's why I ran for the legislature. Because my community needed a senior center, and I was at I got the best shepherd's pie up in Lincoln. I said, well, I got to start in one of these senior centers, so that's what I ended up doing. And then we have one in Wakefield. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank
Any
you.
further discussion
If you do.
for the director? Hearing none, all in favor of items 32, 34, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, guys. Carrie, thank you very much. I ask for a motion to amend agenda.
Good afternoon, Lindsay Staff, Commissioner at the Department of Revenue Administration.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I want to congratulate you and the entire DRA team for what was anticipated to bring in like maybe $5 million. You have brought in $103.8 million. And I think it's important to note that the last time Amnesty was implemented, and that was in 2016, 19 million in revenue was delivered to the state. So well done. Excellent leadership. I know you and your team worked really hard, and it shows.
Thank you. Yeah, the team worked incredibly hard over the 2.5 months that we ran this program. I'm very proud of the work that everybody put into it and the service that we were able to provide to taxpayers.
It's great work.
Thank you.
Councilor Leo
This is probably the vast majority of what we can anticipate is going to come in. I know the deadline ended, so it's time to be over, but you know, if we were to do this again next year, we would not see another $100 million, presumably.
Correct. This is one-time revenue that comes in via this program. The vast majority of the revenue, it's under $80 million, was a result of audits. So those were audits that were already in process. But the Amnesty program really brought the taxpayers to the table, and we were able to conclude those audits in a favorable way for both the taxpayer and for the state. The trick with Amnesty programs is they should be once in a lifetime. So if you run them regularly, then they're not as effective. So yes, if we did it again next year, you would not see the same results, nor would the results repeat next year because again, it's one-time revenue. So it really just kind of accelerates some of the revenue that we would have collected.
Thank you. With regard to agenda item 35, which is approving income to address reassessment work in the towns of Colebrook and Columbia. Can you talk about that? It's pretty unusual that the state is involved, or I see Councilor, my colleague, shaking his head. So maybe it's not unusual in these towns, but can you talk about this, please?
Sure. So there's two different things happening here. First, in the town of Colebrook, you all saw a similar item back in January. We were ordered by the Board of Tax and Land Appeals to perform the town of Colebrook's 5-year constitutionally required reassessment. So we've been doing that work, and then we charge back to the community for the costs associated with that. So this is the second item that you've seen relative to that. There will likely be one more, so you will see me again. Relative to Columbia, similar work is happening there. It is not required by the Board of Tax and Land Appeals, but the municipality has opted under RSA 21J10 to have the department assist them with appraisal and valuation services, and again, we charge the community to do that. So slightly different, but both relative to property appraisal and assessment work.
And both are related to the shortage of assessors that we have in our state.
That is correct. Many municipalities, especially in the North Country, are having issues contracting with the assessors that they need to do the work. There's conversations happening with the DRA, with the Assessing Association, with the Board of Tax and Land Appeals, et cetera, on how we're going to deal with that going forward.
Because this is potentially increased pressure on your department to then fill in the holes where in one town it was at the requirement or at the order of the Board of Land and Tax Appeals, and in another it was a community proactively saying we don't have the resources, we need your help. But it's pretty unusual to find those, whether it's contracted services or employees to fill those assessing positions. There may be more demand. Is that what you're anticipating as you look to the future?
That's correct. So we need to find, collectively, need to find kind of a solution for going forward. Because I don't think there is an immediate, silver bullet that's going to fix it.
Collected in our state to support government services come from property taxes. Most of those are at the local level. Some of them who are swept are at the state level. And the valuation of property is the linchpin on which our property tax system exists, and people need to be able to have confidence that the assessments are being done properly, professionally, and so that they know that they're being treated fairly. So I'm concerned about this as a moving issue for our state.
Thank you for your great work. Timing couldn't have been better. Yeah. It's not often that you get a revenue estimate that exceeds 95 million over the estimate, so and a town budget time, so well done. All in favor of the agenda item 35, signify by saying aye. Aye. The item passes. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 36 from the Housing Appeals Board. Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 37 and 38 from the Judicial Council. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 39 through 41 from the Department of Military Affairs and Veterans Services. So moved. Second. Is there discussion? Councilor Rivera.
Good afternoon, Nicole Desolé-Bixler. I am the Deputy Adjutant General for the Department of Military Affairs and Veterans Services.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us an update at the, I understand that some of our National Guard in New Hampshire have been deployed as part of this conflict in Iran, and can you give us an update on where that stands, please?
Well, there's not very much that I can tell you as far as numbers, but they're doing a great job. What kind of information would you like?
How many people are involved?
Ma'am, I'm not at liberty to say that.
Are you able to tell us what types of missions, what their mission is?
I really cannot.
Okay.
Sorry.
Just want to clarify that we're releasing whatever information that we can pursuant to the Pentagon's oversight. I've had the opportunity as the Commander-in-Chief of the Guard to receive classified briefing. And I really appreciate what our Guardsmen and women are doing. They're phenomenal. They're so good at what they do. But again, we're going to be really careful in terms of what we release publicly because it's about protection of their safety too. And so this is a federal mission, so we are very much aligned with our federal line defense on what we can release. But I know that they're doing really well. They're in our prayers and they have our full support, they and their families.
We're really doing.
Any further questions of the Deputy Adjutant General? Hearing none, all in favor of items 39 to 41, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried.
Thank you.
I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 42 from the Department of Insurance. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion of this item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Item carries. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 43 through 47 from the Department of Energy.
So
Is there discussion of these items? Councilor Leon.
Good afternoon, Governor, Councilors, Jared Ciccone, Department of Energy.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you so much. Very glad to see, with regard to number 47, very glad to see these funds for the home electrification and appliance rebate program moving forward. I know they were held up for a while. I think you were awaiting further changes to federal law. Can you talk about what the holdup has been on this?
Sure. So I think as we explained last summer, and I've got Josh Elliott here to help fill up some of the details here, but yes, there were a change in administration in Washington, right? So some of that communication we're now in a good place, I think, with our project officer, but there were just things we were waiting on, and we're now on this.
And so how quickly are we going to be able to get these funds out? Because I think right now gas is almost $4 a gallon. The price of everything has gone up, especially right now. Certain prices are spiking, and so people need relief. How quickly can we get these funds out to consumers?
So in the item, we have a timeline working with the contractor, so we believe we can have this program operational by summer, so July timeframe. And then we would be able to start issuing rebates at that time. So.
And I think there's another portion of funds, there's another program, is it an energy efficiency line of funds?
So there's the homes program.
Thank you, that's what I was thinking.
That's also, we're working on that. That's not launched yet.
Are you still, what is the holdup on that?
Josh, I don't, sorry.
And how much, and can you remind us please of how much funds we have and what the status of those is and how we can start getting them out to consumers?
Sure. Good afternoon, Governor, Executive Councilors. For the record, Josh Elliott, Director of the Division of Policy and Programs. Councilor, to answer your question, we have submitted everything we've needed that has been requested of us to USDOE as of fall of 2024. They are working through the review process. My understanding is that USDOE is working on getting these rebate programs that are closer to being ready to be launched, focusing on those, getting those up and running, and then they'll come back to these other awards that are considered traditional awards where they're still working their way through.
And so how much money is?
Oh, my apologies. It's just under $35 million.
$35 million, and so we think what, in the summer we might hear back, or do you have a time frame on when we'll hear back? These are dollars that are much better spent in the hands of the people of New Hampshire than sitting in a bank account.
So we are working through, we have heard positive things from USDOE in terms of movement on this program. We haven't seen anything concrete yet, but it could be, we just had an email one day saying that they're starting to work on it. So unfortunately, as much as I would love to give you and the public a firmer timeline on that, we have not received those communications yet.
Is there anything that we can do to help?
If I can think of anything, I will certainly let the Governor and the Executive Council know.
Okay, thank you. The people of New Hampshire need relief, and this has the potential to make a difference in a lot of people's lives, and so I'm eager to get that to the people who need them.
I would certainly encourage your constituents to reach out to New Hampshire Saves. The program's operational right now. I went through the process actually myself last summer. It's a great program, reduced our energy bills, made the house easier to cool, easier to heat. Those are funds that are available today. They can go to New Hampshire Saves, look that up, they can find a contractor, they can work their way through the process. Certainly encourage anyone who's even remotely thinking about it.
Collaboration with the community college system on workforce development and training energy contractors. I think that's a great partnership.
And that's to work with this program, with both programs.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Stevens? Thank you, Governor. Thank you for speaking with me, and thank you for answering my emails over the weekend. And in regards to agenda item 47, which is the $34.5 million contract from JCN, they will receive $4.6 million to facilitate the program. The $27.8 million will go into what's called the HERE program, correct?
Yes.
And It's capped at 14,000 per household, correct?
Yes.
And we know the rollout, and again, thank you for answering my questions. At this point, we anticipate the phasing in to be working with contractors to deem eligibility first, correct?
Yes.
Eventually, it will be a point of sale.
There will be a point of sale option, yes. So someone who has applied for rebate, it's been approved, they will have a coupon or something similar to that that they can take to a retail center for the rebate. They decide to do it that way.
And lastly, they have done work on 5 other programs, and I looked at North Carolina, Oregon, West Virginia, and the West Virginia side was really easy to navigate. It was well set up. It was too late. I was going to call their call centers to see how they respond. I was like 1 in the morning, so I couldn't call them. But it's a very exciting.
Impressive if they answered that.
I know.
The call center will be 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
But it's very exciting.
It is, and this contractor, we're excited to work with potentially on this.
So we can really hit the ground running.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Kenny.
I'd like to see this program back. I've been inquired about it a few times over the last year, but so my understanding, you're going to create a website. What is that website going to be activated?
So in working with the contractor, we're looking at about a 12-week time frame. So again, July, we believe we'll be able to have that available to the public.
So the website will be activated in July?
Yes, they will be able to have that capability.
Okay, you mentioned that, you know, it's set up for, in essence, 5 years, I guess. But each year you're going to have, you know, quite a demand. So you probably, I don't know how the structure is, in a complete amount versus an amount that, you know, is filled in each year as far as from the public standpoint?
So I believe the way this award works, and I'll bring Josh up, but the funding's available. So in other words, you know, we could go through this in 2.5 years potentially, right? So it's not like there's an allocation year to year. We have that total grant amount available to us.
Right. I can anticipate once it's advertised through the community action programs and the other programs that it's going to be a highly sought after program in a cold weather state.
Yes.
And a lot of winter, my heating bill went up. I don't know if anybody's heating bill went down, but I live in an 18-week drafty house, so yeah, I think people, it's going to be a very popular program. So good to get it here. We'll see what we have in July.
Any additional questions of the commissioner? Hearing none, all in favor of items 43 through 47, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The items carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 48 through 50 from the Department of Business and Economic Affairs.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion of these items? Councilor Leona.
Lucy Lane, Commissioner of Business and Economic Affairs.
Terrific. Well, welcome, Commissioner. I think this is your first meeting.
This is my first. Thank you.
Well, we're really glad to have you on board and look forward to working with you. 2 of the contracts I wanted to just raise. The first one, number 49, which is about broadband access. Can you remind us when we are, I know that we are aiming, I think we're on track to be the first state in the nation to have 100% broadband coverage. Can you remind us where we are in that process and how this contract gets us closer to the goal?
Yes, this contract should bring us to 99%. The remaining 1%, we're waiting on a direction from the federal government. I am going to ask Matt Conserva, our program.
Hi, Matt Conserva, Broadband Program Manager. Could you repeat the question?
Sure. I know that the goal of the program that New Hampshire is on track to become first in the nation for 100% broadband coverage, and I asked for an update on how this contract gets us close either to over the goal line or not quite there. It sounds like 99%. And what is the status?
The current contract we're now working through will get us to 99%. These contracts are the roughly 17 million, get us to 100% project serving the state.
So the ones that are already out there that are being implemented get us 99% of the way, and this is for that final, don't they call it the final mile? The
final push.
The final push, okay. That's terrific. And so when, so if all goes well, when will that be?
This money is through the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, so it has a 4-year period of performance. However, we've built out 50,000 addresses over the past 3 years using capital projects. This is only 5,000. So I expect the ISPs want to get paid pretty quickly, so probably 2 or 3 years maximum.
And I think they're having, the ISPs, are they having to work with the utilities on sharing space on poles?
Through their normal business practices, absolutely. So it's make ready, so to move power one area, then the other thing will move in another place. So a lot of power has already been moved. So that's a one-touch make ready where the contractors are able to move other utilities, other than power, where they need to move so they can accommodate to their power and their cable.
Okay, I've heard from some constituents who say that it can be a struggle sometimes to work with the power companies and to make sure that that this work goes smoothly. So I just want to make sure that we're, if it's possible for us as a state to be helping facilitate that, I hope that that's
absolutely. Through our specific monitoring, we ask those questions or any hiccups we have permitting or make ready to get us inserted quickly in there so we can help facilitate that as fast as possible.
Good, that's good to know. Thank you very much. Then with regard to contract number 50, which is about the travel and tourism grant, the joint promotional program, I just wanted to say that I have heard from chambers in my district who say that these funds are incredibly helpful and that and so I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about, I know that these funds, these state dollars, are then typically require a match of some sort by the local chamber entity that's the sub-recipient, and that then so these state dollars are leveraging match dollars, and then on top of that, they are creating, they're creating an investment that then is bringing back a return. Can you talk a little bit more about these, what I think of as really targeted investments and the return that we're seeing?
Yes, each of these are nonprofits that have come forward to put the grant application in and are required to do a 50% match. You'll notice that a couple of them actually have more than an equal match. Specifically, it's the Hampton, which is almost double what they are required to match. So you're exactly right. These are very well received and they're community implemented, knowing communities and where the nonprofits need. I did the second part of your question. I'm going to defer to our director, Michelle Cruz.
Thank you, Good afternoon, Governor and Council. The return on investment for JPP, we've done a study for the effectiveness of ROI, and we found that 75% of what we could do for the study was about $212 per return on investment. So we do see the impact of this partnership, which has been very effective with the state of New Hampshire. So we're glad that we could provide this for the chambers and the tourism organizations to help support their marketing initiatives to do the work that they're doing and partner with us.
Well, anytime you can get a return of $212 to one, that is a good investment, and I'm pleased to support these and know that I have a lot of folks in my district who are counting on these and who are excited to put these funds to work and making this such a great place to visit and work and maybe even come and stay.
Councilor Kane.
Thank you, Governor. So I've got a follow-up to the director, because she was in my district, so she's not going to get away too far there. But the Laconia Motorcycle Weekend Association. So explain to us how that's going to impact Motorcycle Week and what other marketing efforts do they partner with?
Right, so they do digital marketing and they have publications, but what they're doing is able to market in areas that they go to, so with film awards and marketing that they could attract visitors that would be coming that are interested in motorcycle week, so when they go up to Sturgis, they're able to market out there so people are aware of the events that are happening here. And I believe their event attracts about 300,000 visitors, 2/3 of them are out of state. So there is quite an impact for this 9-day event that is huge to the state of New Hampshire.
So I always say, if Jennifer Anderson, Charlie St. Clair, and Cynthia Macrus are happy, then I'm happy with the marketing effort. So are they happy with this effort?
I like to think that they are.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have Councilor Stevens, and then I'll get to Councilor Stevens.
Good afternoon. So we know that we have approved over $195 million through IIJA, through this Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Fund, along with $122 million for capital projects funds, along with $23.8 million for the BMGI. Those are the three major silos, correct? Because there was to be, I believe, $5 million for digital equity, but that was terminated in full, correct?
That's correct.
At the end of the day, we were exceeding the cost effectiveness of our installations per home to Massachusetts. It was significant. What is our connection rate in New Hampshire? And I think it's double or triple in Massachusetts. I just want to rub it in the face.
Of course, this is surprising.
I know.
Connection rate is tough to really gauge. Right now, they're about 20%, but they don't start marketing until that community's turned live. So they won't have any. So it's a ramp-up period. Right now, it's about 20% acceptance rate. That people sign up for broadband.
But the cost per connection.
Well, I apologize. Obviously, it's getting more expensive, so we started with capital projects in the first $90 million, with approximately $2,100 per passing. Then we get to more rural areas, the harder areas to hit, obviously the cost is going up. So BMGI was about $10,000 per passing. With infrastructure, it's a little more cloudy because the federal government made us go with satellite providers as well. And those satellite providers right now are going to be in these contracts for approximately 1,000 addresses for $1 million. So that's driving down the cost per ad, the cost per passing, because we're only paying them $750 per passing. Where when we're going out and cold working for them and stuff, it's close to $20,000 to $30,000 per passing. So through IIJA, the cost per passing right now, bringing in LEO or satellite effect, is about $3,700 per passing. But again, LEO kind of makes things cloudy. So without LEO, we're probably closer to $15,000 per passing.
Okay, relative to other states?
We're better than other states right now. Still, we continue to be because of all the work we do with capital projects.
Great, thank you. Great project.
I think even part of that is also we will be the first state with 100% home testing. So that's certainly wonderful. Thank you, Matt.
Could I get to Councilor Stevens, and then I'll go to Councilor Lewin?
Thank you, Governor. Commissioner, on the JPP program, kudos to my colleague, Councilor Stevens, District Hampton, Portsmouth, I saw, and double. Hampton is definitely on the match. But then I didn't see the others any matches, or I think they were very little. And I just want to know, for that program, are they required to have a match, or what's that basis that?
Yes, it
just
does.
didn't have a match.
So each of them were at least at 50%. What you might see is where Portsmouth Chamber has the grant of 16, their contribution match is 30. Equal match for Concord and Economic, significantly higher than Hampton as we referenced. Equal match then for Bike Week dollars, equal match for League New Hampshire Craftsman, and equal match for Newport.
Okay, so it's a 50%.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor?
Just a follow-up question, thank you, about you said LEO? Is that the satellite?
LEO right now, satellite, brand name of Amazon, however, they do not put it in here, so it's SpaceX, so SpaceX satellite.
SpaceX, that's Elon Musk's company?
Right.
So, I just want to, so originally this was supposed to be broadband to 100% broadband to the doors. And now this grant, so, and now we've been told by the federal government that 1,000 homes will not get broadband, they're gonna get satellites instead.
Correct. This started as a wired broadband, so broadband is basic speed. So it's really not. So.
But a wired, it started out as 100% wired.
100% wired and fiber preference. And
So
then-
high speed wired.
Then they took the fiber preference away, and because of the satellite providers claiming they can do the broadband speed of 120, to be technology agnostic, we're not wireless solutions, and we put everything on the application again over a 3-month period last summer.
And so this contract, you said 1,000 people will be getting satellite.
They'll be able to get satellite if they elect to, yes. And with the money is 3 satellite dishes to each address. So if someone calls up and gets a satellite, they'll have a dish sent to them for free. Unfortunately, you can call them back up to that company and get another satellite dish for free. So the money is basically paying for 3 home satellite kits.
And are those 1,000 addresses, are they concentrated in a particular part of the state?
No, it's really, really rural. They're up to about $50,000-$60,000 per passing. And, to be, efficient with the money, it didn't make sense to try to get wired there. And that would have been declined by the NTA anyways, to get through that high cost.
So these 1,000 are the highest cost, they would have been the highest cost to reach with wires, and so satellite is a viable option.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I first of all, Matt, I appreciate you and your team. That we're going to be first is because you all did a great job. We're going to continue to do that and use the dollars wisely. And there may be the opportunity to also use some of these dollars to further enhance some more telehealth in the North Country too. So it's going to be great. Go north. We're going north, my friend. Thank you. Are there any further questions for the commissioner? If not, I ask for a vote on agenda items 48 and 50 from the Department of Business and Economic Affairs.
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. The item is carried. And before we go to the Fish and Game Department, I believe Bill North has the document that you were looking to have distributed on the budget piece. Could you just explain what this is as you hand it out to them?
So right here I have the dedicated MSO budget, and so this is the sole source contract for between CEBA and Helms for the Helms support to carry out the initiative. And the additional consultants that Patricia and others had mentioned around IT assessments.
Thank you.
What I'm going to do is have you a chance to look at this while also calling out the Fish and Game item, and then we can talk about removing from the table. So you have a second here, and we're going to do the Fish and Game. Yeah, I just thought I'd give you a minute here just to see what you got before you go. So, is there any discussion of this item?
The way this is how I read it, this dock needed repair, it was really critical to your operations. And it's gonna, whatever it was gonna cost, you were looking at a budget estimate, but you went out, your staff, and secured a grant from the Wildlife Federation Group at about 70% of the cost. And you were able to get that grant, so you can come to us and get that dock repaired for this item without using general funds or other funds from your, I mean, so 70% of those funds are funds you wouldn't obtain for the purpose of removing this dock. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I want to commend you for doing that. I wish other departments do that a lot too. That is an excellent example of public service, and I support this item 100%.
Great. Thanks for the work. Any further discussions?
I just had a quick question.
Yeah.
When is the fishing day
It's April 18th in Discover Wild, New Hampshire. Come join us. It's a full day of fun for your families.
So there'll be 3 days after our government council meeting.
Come visit us, please.
Okay.
You saw you there last year. Hope to see you again, sir.
As long as I can hang out with Smokey.
Yeah, we all have a variety of state agencies with us, partnering.
Awesome. Any further discussions for the director? Hearing none, all in favor of item 51, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item carries. Now I would ask for a motion in order to discuss this. I would ask for a motion to remove from the table A item B. Is there a motion? I thought it was the item A. B is correct, okay.
I will second Councilor Stevens' motion to remove the item B from the table.
Okay, is there a second to that? I remove from the table, okay, all in favor of removing it from the table? Aye. Okay, is there a motion to discuss this item?
So,
is there a second?
Second.
All in favor of discussing this item, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is open for discussion, and we've had it, I have David, come forward. Councilor Leo, you had a question?
well, I was just reconciling this. So it was like, this is the breakdown of line 3 of this about.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And the consultants, so the consultant costs are separate from the admin costs. Is that correct?
If there's a consultant doing work directly to implement the initiative, so I'll use the common electronic health records as an example. There needs to be an IT assessment, that will likely be a consultant, that will be a competitive procurement, and that could be directly chargeable to the grant versus, accounting or reporting support would be an administrative cost that is subject to the administrative cap of 10%. We'll track it against the 10% cap, and we can't waive the 10% cap either.
So just for clarity, are all the administrative costs cannot exceed altogether?
Because one might look at it and think, oh, there's $3.7 million of consultants, and there's also $2 million of administrative costs. But what I understand is actually for administrative costs.
No more than $2 million across the entire reward, the entire SEBA budget.
Right, but the SEBA budget is either consultants
Correct.
or subrecipient contracts. So presumably that $18 million of subrecipient contracts, there's no administrative costs to us.
That's right. The structure is set up here, the administrative costs will be in the MSL, so they'll all show up in the consultant line.
So in this new chart that you just gave us, that does total the $3.75 million for consultants. $2 million of that is for administrative costs, and the other is for the kinds of system changes that that Commissioner Goulet was talking about earlier, the sort of business programmatic changes that have to be made strategically to do the transformation that we're trying to do.
That's correct.
Councilor Stevens.
Yeah, I'm just getting this, and I'm going to try to make sure I can ask appropriate questions, but I want to make sure that when I look at IT assessment, 350, just talking the first year, 350,000, 200 for financial management, 225 for legal, communications, 125, 200 change management. That all, because it doesn't have the parental helms, that will not be monies that would go to Helms in any way, shape, or form, to the consultant.
That's correct.
And they still will be sole source though, right? But approved by CBHA and go.
Some of them, I know the IT assessment, that is a competitive procurement.
That's going to be an RFP?
Yes.
All right, which other ones will be an RFP?
The financial, the change management support, communications, and I want to potentially connect with CBHA to confirm the other ones, but I think all of them would be, yeah.
And Go North will have the three.
Yep.
Okay, the way I look at this then is I was trying to figure out what the rates were, and I couldn't even figure that out, consulting, and I just do my simple math, and I don't know if this is accurate, but you said 6.7 employees, and I'm looking at it's roughly somewhere around 2.4 million. But I divided that by 6.7 FTEs, $352,809.55. So that means each of those 6.7 employees are going to be getting about $352,889.55. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's a blended rates of the consulting.
I understand the blended rates, so I'm talking aggregate.
Broken down per FTE based on the salary and fringe.
$352,000.
That would be the math.
Per FTE. Okay, thank you.
The blended consulting rate is $175 an hour. So it's an assumption of $2,000 per full FTE, which equates to around $13,500, and $175 on $250 to $350 an hour.
So this is actually lower than that.
Yeah,
Yes.
something doesn't jive with the math. Because at $175 per hour, for $2.5 million, for 6.7 employees, that doesn't jive. So again, I'm just asking questions. If those are all FTEs, it's $352,000 per 6.7 is what you said. That's how I read it.
6.7 FTEs is $2,000 per year, which is approximately 13,500 hours per year, broken down by the 2.4 million is $175.14.
And also, are we going to have further oversight of this in terms of how it's implemented as well, in terms of these rates? Just so I.
That's correct. We'll have to approve the budget. It will be up to amount, so it will be similar to a price limitation. So to the extent that they don't bill all of the hours, it will be less than that 2.4 million. SEBA will also be reviewing all of the invoices from Helms to make sure that the services align with the hours provided. And then Go North will also be approving those invoices from SEBA. The way the grant works is it's a cost reimbursement grant. So it's not that we are giving tomorrow $3.7 million to SEBA to then give to Helms. Helms would have to invoice SEBA. SEBA has to invoice Go North. We'll all have to review and approve that, and then we will draw down federal funds, pay to SEBA, and SEBA will pay those or reimburse Helms for those costs. And there's robust documentation requirements that we can ask for to justify the cost of the services and the hours provided.
Further questions?
Will this be a part of your reporting, quarterly reporting that you will do to the executive council? Will you be providing us the reports on these kinds of things that you're talking about right now?
Across the whole program, we'll be providing part of the reporting will track use of funds, so how many RHT dollars were spent by use of funds and by initiative.
And these are funds that have been, this plan has been approved by CMS, is that correct?
That's correct. CMS approved the plan. I was actually in Baltimore last week and had the opportunity to meet with all of CMS and all state leaders implementing rural health transformation, and had the unique opportunity to meet with a smaller group of states and Dr. Oz. And they mentioned, they approved the state's plan based off of how.
So, looking at the travel line item, you might be reading this right, it's $3,000 a year.
It's an estimated budget amount of potential travel. It could be to a conference for CCPHC or other, throughout the state.
That was fascinating because the university system asked for 1.5 million. I just want to make sure that you've got enough travel money to do what you need to do. So just something I picked up. So money that's left over in the first year, does it roll over to the second year or just dissipates?
So within the first budget period, the state has until September 30th, 2027 to spend the money, and then that's able to draw down the federal funds and spend it from the first award, and the time period in which we need to report to CMS on meeting metrics and milestones that will impact what our year 2 award is this October.
Okay. I noticed, like, which caught my eye, is supplies IT, it goes from 141,500, goes back to 0, it was 26,000. Can you draw a picture and explain to me why the supply IT infrastructure is?
Or computer printer.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. And back to what Council Stephen was saying, I mean, these types of people that are being hired, the 6.75, I don't know if you can split one of those in 3/4, but apparently we can. Are they going to be like, professionals, like mid-career, long-career professionals who are going to get highly paid to carry out, their assignment here for the next 5 years? I mean, $350,000. I mean, I thought the city manager of Dover made a lot of money, but he's not even competing with this number.
It doesn't include benefits, so that amount of $350,000 amount also includes fringe and benefits, so health insurance and other costs.
Yeah. So that's my question: is he considered an employee, or is he or she considered?
Any further questions? Hearing none, then I would ask for a motion. I would ask for, I guess, a vote on WADA and from the governor's office of new opportunities and rural information. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Discussion about the wrap-up discussion on.
Oh, sure. I thought discussion was over. I apologize.
No.
Happy to take more discussion.
I think the general feeling of this council, at least the majority of this council, is that we're giving up a little bit of our oversight to this government council, given the uniqueness of the program, the government program, and the federal money that's coming in. And so, I know from my history on the council, I can appreciate that sentiment. And I think we've gotten a lot of answers as we've gone along, particularly this way for the budget and the consulting. And there's some of us who probably would have said, well, why not give the money to the community health centers and let them carry out the services. But we know that we need a high level of expertise, Housing Associates, I guess, to oversee, community mental health systems. And that relationship apparently is so important that they don't want to put it out to RFP. And that basically they're comfortable. And I'd like to see, the evaluations of, kind of Homes and Associates, and there are outcomes over the years that, would be very informative. But that group seems, that's what they like, that's what they want. At the end of the day, I'm just concerned about the taxpayer. I'm concerned about the delivery of services. I'm concerned that in the next 5 years that we can deliver mental health records, electronic health records, that we can deliver on, certification, on integration, infrastructure. And my number one thought was always transportation. I don't think this contract is perfect. I don't think it's necessarily imperfect. I'm really struggling with it. I wish this contract was just in Coast County for a while, and that the other 9 counties could watch what Coast County produces. very ambivalent about my vote. I guess the proof will be in the pudding, and the oversight that we lose, that we might gain down the road, he's still developing. And also has to hire and evaluate, which, you know, other states have already had an RFPs out on.
Well, with all due respect, I have so much respect for this council. Other states, they don't have to go through this process. So I'm moving as fast as I can. I want to give you as much oversight as I can. We will communicate as much as possible. I want this to be a partnership, and we share the same goals, Councilor.
No, I understand, Kelly. But when I asked Donnelly Lozo at the House meeting last meeting, and I said, you know, in your press release, your partners, Golden Oak is going to be working together, and we're, partners. I said, I raised my hand and said, are we your partner? And she said, well, you're not necessarily not a partner. I just want to know that we're a partner at the table.
Well, do it right, protect taxpayers, and make sure that we are delivering. And I took responsibility for this when I put it under the governor's office, because it's that important. And we do have, I have to come here every 2 weeks with you. We will have Donnelly and David and the whole team will be here all the time, right? We're going to give you as many updates as we can. But we are, I'm as committed as anyone. You hear the passion in my voice? The passion is there for us to make sure that we improve our mental health system, but our complete system of access, physical, mental, for this state. So we share that partnership, and I appreciate your concern. But I want you to know we're going to be communicating as much as possible, and we expect to have the opportunity, and so much of this happens in your district, Councilor. The opportunity, I hope to have some wins together too, where we're visiting and seeing the positive results for the people of New Hampshire with these dollars.
Well, I appreciate that, Governor. As Ray Burton would say, when you get up at 5 in the morning, Governor, look north.
Well, well, I'm definitely up at 5, and you know how much I love the north. It's great. I love our whole state, but I certainly love the north. Anyway, so all in favor, if there's no further discussion?
You did it, Governor, your plan is the best practice model. There's no question. I would like to see those consulting services to go to either state employees or put out to the people that need it in the streets where they need that help. And I've been in this situation. And that 175 blended rate is really, someone's going to be making $500 an hour. Who's overseeing that? And now we have to trust the CBHA. I understand that. I understand that fully. And we're going to get accountability. It's going to come back to us. We've got to look at and work with Donnelly Lozo, and she's a great person, and the right person for that. And I want to see outcomes. I want to see outcomes happen as fast as possible. So we're all on the same page. And I didn't think CMS read a plan that said, Helms Association. They read a plan that saw the governor's vision. The issue is all about, are we going to do a sole source contract with a single vendor just because this trade association has continued to work with them over the years and they feel really comfortable with it, versus going out to bid and seeing if you can get a competitive rate, and the taxpayers always get value when you do an RFP. That's what this is about. So I'm about delaying, and I want to make sure the governor understands, and she does. Again, there's other states looking at us. We are an example. And this is the right plan for New Hampshire.
Yes, we are. I mean, Dr.
We are.
Dr. Oz told me that personally.
Exactly.
He also told me, Governor, you better move.
Yes, and I understand it. And David, I know when you were in Baltimore, you probably didn't get to tell CMS the value of this council and what it represents. And CMS can do whatever they want. And we have an independent constitutional authority or duty. And I take that serious for the taxpayers I represent. That's all. I appreciate, Governor. I appreciate your plan.
Thank you. With that said, all in favor of item B, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Nay.
The item carries. Thank you. Now I got to figure out where we were on the agenda. We have a
we couldn't make.
Things with Council Stevens is asking for. So if you want to keep going for a little bit.
Okay, so I personally like to push through these things, but I will give us a max 5-minute break, but I really need everyone back here at 2:10 because we got more business to do, and it's really important business. So let's do that. We'll be back here at 2:10, but this will be an exceptional situation. Thank you.
Email is very, very simple.
All right, back at it. So I would ask for motion to adopt agenda items 52 through 58 from the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources.
Second.
Any discussion of these items? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The items carried. I'd ask for motion to adopt agenda items 59 through 88. Councilor Leopold?
Good afternoon, members, councilors, Bob Scott, Department of Environmental Services.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you for being here. I'm pulling up your notes here. I know I wanted to ask about dams. So okay. Yes, agenda items number 60, 61, 60 and 61. Yep. And then also number 78 are all involving dams. And can you tell us how many state-owned dams we have?
275.
275.
Correct.
And the resources and these dams, when we own them, then we are required to maintain them. And some of them are high hazard dams, meaning that they have the potential to affect a lot of property, but even life.
Correct.
So these funds that we're receiving, so 60 and 61, this FEMA, agenda item 60 is the FEMA High Hazard Potential Dam Grant Fund from DHS for 2 of our state-owned dams, Newfound Lake and Pittsfield. And this is $1 million. Will that $1 million cover the full cost of those dam repairs?
No, so, well, not the repairs themselves, but that money for item 60.
It's just designing.
It's just design, the repairs, exactly. Would you think that will cover that?
It will cover the design. And then the cost of the, where will the funds come from to actually then do the design, do the work?
We're like, for instance, for 60, obviously we chase federal money to the extent that we can, but primarily the fund for dam rehabilitation comes from the capital budget. Last year, I think we got over $10 million to prioritize for, prioritize improvements to the dams.
For the 275 dams that we have.
Correct.
We got $10 million.
For the capital budget,
For
right?
the capital budget. So is it safe to say that there's a big unfunded liability out there of work on our state-owned dams?
Sure, which is why we prioritize. So you mentioned high hazard dams, we prioritize both again, what would happen if the dam had a problem and also the condition of the dam. So we as we go through that cycle with the governors and the legislatures, we give an indicative, here's the dam that we plan on doing work on, but subject to change. So if we have a sinkhole or something going on that actively needs to be addressed, we go ahead and do that.
And that's good. Thank you.
Councilor Stevens?
Thank you, Governor. I have a few questions. Number 61, the Hadley Dam in Goffstown.
Yeah.
And I want to again thank you and Corey for working with the town. And actually from the wetlands to Corey, it indicated there was $4.5+ million approved. But then this item was $4.5 million except the expense. So they approved additional dollars for the dam removal, and it's not in here. Is that for additional engineering fees or something that's going to go to Goffstown for this project? And I'm referring to the letter of December 22nd.
Sure.
With the dam, it's the Dam Bureau writing to Mr. Clark, and it says, the Wetlands Council voted to accept the recommendation to approve 4510464 of funding to contribute to the project.
Right.
But this particular item doesn't have all those funds in it.
True for the ARM fund coming in, so I believe it's, if you look at the front page, we have currently $200,000 allocated to this.
So it's already allocated?
Right.
Okay, that answers my question. I didn't know that. And then the issue when we heard from the town just wrote a letter to Corey ARM funding, or is that something else? If there was anything from your department?
Yeah, less likely for the ARM fund. So the ARM fund is, again, a Aquatic Resource Mitigation Fund. That's for restoration primarily of wetlands. Obviously, you take the dam away, going back to the natural state, that'll create some wetlands. That's why this is eligible. So as far as other things in the future, less likely, not impossible. Like I said, depends on what it is, but I don't think our fund is a likely source of those. Corey, as you know, the head of our Dam Bureau, tries to accommodate the local desires as much as possible. So that's similar to my discussion with Councilor Hill on the capital budget monies. They'll be subject to priorities, but again, if there's a way Corey can, if there's a way that we can do it, I'm confident.
And if this item is approved, what's the next step?
That's a good question.
The MOU we approved the last meeting, or 2 meetings ago.
Yes, the last meeting. Yeah. I'm not really sure what the next step is, other than now we can start to dig into the work for actually the dam removal.
Posted on the next
Sure.
step.
And as we discussed, we'll be in open communication with the town too. We understand that there's some impacts, obviously.
Thank you. And then on number 60, I believe it's the Volkswagen Environmental Innovation I just wanted on these, really important, I know Council Wheeler had talked to you earlier about making sure the taxpayer gets value.
Sure.
Really, your department's been doing a great job here. I want to send kudos out to Linda, and that's in your district, Counselor, and I received a call from them. And usually when the monies go out to these localities, we're talking $400,000 or $500,000 or so, or more, even for these fire trucks or dump trucks for these towns. And this is the first time as a counselor that I've received a call from someone outside of my district. And I just want to say thank you to Wyndham and your district, Councilor Stevens. And I'm very supportive of those items. One more question I had, and I believe it's on, well, I'll pass. No other questions, thank you.
Sorry, I did forget that I also on number 71, I just wanted to say that I heard from my constituents in Newport, the town of Newport, that these funds, they're actually going to be able to replace three vehicles, including the 1989 backhoe. And so this is definitely a relief. This is property tax relief, and I'm really glad that this is coming through. And that's what they contacted me to tell me, that this really means a lot to their town budget. So thank you.
I did find that question, Governor. The 78, I read that and I thought of the governor and I standing at that dam in Pittsburgh, and that picture I have in the house, it's an awesome photo. Remember that dam, Governor? That dam.
Yeah,
That dam is powerful, beautiful, it helps community. And the question I had when I was reading this is, what happens after December 31st, 28, when all the funding evaporates for dam engineering and the services that are so vital that we heard? What do you subsume that? This particular grant goes away according to the item. Do you subsume those dollars in the general fund budget, or so we continue to have at least our protective services running?
Generally speaking, our goal is like our spend it before it expires, if that makes sense.
So but when it expires, what's your goal start at that point?
Again, we constantly chase federal money to the extent we can. No promises there, but I was talking to Jeannie's office, Jeannie's office this morning. And again, they'll go back to the
We'll try to get something.
the capital budget.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Any further questions, Councilor Kenny?
Governor, this has to do with another dam. There are a lot of dams that have ownership and oversight over years. So some of the residents have suggested that they're going to lose, their wells because, the dam goes away, their water flow extra program. Does the state compensate homeowners that lose, water in their well system?
Does the state compensate? I guess I'll take that in two parts. Not generally, it depends on the reason for it. So
you took out the dam and their water was...
Yeah, so again, back to the dam bureau chief, so we've been discussing that. He's received that feedback, that concern. He's looking into it. They're doing some studies right now to kind of understand that, to make sure hopefully it doesn't happen. If it does, there are potentials. Again, I'm speaking out of the cup, potentially the drinking water groundwater trust fund. We've done some dam well work with that for drought and that type of thing. So we want to make sure, try to make them whole to the extent we can. So I don't have an answer to that yet, but we are looking at that. And we received the same concern too.
Sure, they might be able to access because DOT has a pretty good program. If you somehow damage their driveway or their well or something, they have the ability to pay back the homeowner. But I think what's going to happen every dam that you take out this weekend? Who's going to get the cost? Everybody around this table.
Generally speaking.
Yeah. So if you've got some kind of answer ahead of time or talking points, I'll lead them to that constituent.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
The good news is we don't remove a lot of dams, though I'd like to do that.
Well, please don't remove the work. Yeah, we need that.
I agree.
We'd love to sell some dams too, but it'd be great. Anyone would like to buy a deal, let us know. Great. Any further questions for the commissioner? Hearing none, all in favor of items 59 through 88, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Items carried. I ask for a motion to remove tabled items 81 and 85 from the table of the Department of Environmental Services.
Second.
All in favor of removing this item from the table, signify by saying aye. Aye. The items removed from the table, is there a motion to discuss the item? So moved.
Second.
All in favor of discussing this item, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Is there any discussion about these items, agenda items? Hearing none, all in favor of the tabled items 81 and 85, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The items carry. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 89 and 90 from the Department of Education. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion of these items? Councilor Leon. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, for the record, Lee from the Department of Education. Great, thank you so much, Commissioner. I wanted to talk about agenda item number 90. This is with tutor.com. And I just think that this is really interesting and a great way to make sure that kids have another way of getting some extra help if they need it. And so I was wondering, can you talk a little bit about the efficacy that you've been seeing with this particular program?
Of course. So tutor.com is to provide high usage tutoring to students, to New Hampshire students, anybody that wants it, needs it outside of the classroom time or inside the classroom. The Department of Education has been in partnership with tutor.com for, I believe, it's 40 years now. And we first invested in this initiative with our stimulus money that we received. And then it was so highly sought after, schools listening, and we continue to invest with now funding that has been allocated directly to the department from the legislature in the last night. High usage tutoring is something that is known across the country as something that's extremely successful in helping students gain progress in subject areas. And actually was just part of a national conversation, and they were saying that this is a great opportunity for states across to invest in, and they're encouraging states to do that. And of course, we're New Hampshire, so we're leaders in that type of thing. We've been doing it for years now. So it's great, and this partnership, this continued partnership will be very helpful for students.
And as I understand it, it's easier for the state, because we're doing this on a statewide basis, that we can negotiate for a better contract, and then we're basically passing on those savings to the school districts. School districts are able to participate for free in this program. Is that right?
That's exactly correct.
Yeah, so you're getting a good price, and we're able to provide then a service at a good price for free to all of our school districts.
And that's the important thing, because certain school districts have different availability of resources across the state, and so this makes the same resource available to everybody.
And combined with what we were just talking about earlier, being first in the nation, to have 100% high-speed internet access. I guess I can't say broadband anymore. I think it's but high-speed internet access. Then that a program like this now is hopefully going to be able to be equally accessible to students in northern and western part of New Hampshire too. But as it is to more urban areas. And in this contract, I think what is the plan, or is there a plan to make sure that more districts are aware of it so that we can even increase the usage?
So the Department of Education engages in regular updates for superintendents, to notice the information is available, this resources available. We send out a weekly notification. It's called the Friday Forums, and everybody in the room should subscribe. And it talks about all of our different resources that we have available to schools. And it's not just schools that subscribe to that, it's teachers, it's parents. So that information is available. We have regular calls with the superintendents to make sure that they are aware of this partnership. And even some of our partners regularly work with the superintendents at regular superintendents meetings, like the additional item that's on your deck, the statewide superintendents meeting. The partner like tutor.com would likely be at that meeting engaging with superintendents and making sure that they're aware of this item.
Great. Well, thank you. Keep up the good work.
questions for the commissioner? Hearing none, then all in favor of items 89 and 90, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The items carried.
No, on 89.
I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 91 from the Police Standards and Training Council.
Second.
Second. Any discussion of these items, of the item, I should say? Hearing none, all in favor of item 91, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item carries. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 92 through 107A from the Department of Safety.
Second.
Any discussion of these items? Council Bjorn?
Good afternoon, Governor, Executive Council, Director Bob Quinn from the Public Safety.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My question is on item 100, this service to value vehicles for the town clerks, I assume.
Yes.
Is that information available to the public?
I think you can go online and get the MSRP. So,
On news?
So
I've registered things before, and I get different values that go up and down, and I just wish there was a book that the consumer could, I know they do it right 99% of the time, but you're talking serious money, you know, if they misvalue something.
I think the MSRP, the manufacturer's suggested retail price would be consistent. And so they provide that, which is relied upon for the town portion, our municipal agency, and also the weight. So the weight's what guides the state's part of the fee.
Well, how do they value used vehicles?
That's
This,
the contract.
this company does not value used vehicles, just new vehicles?
No, it's for all vehicles.
So can the public have access to that, is the question? Just to double check their
Sure.
bill and make sure it's right.
Okay, so all of that information that they have is uploaded and integrated into MAP. MAP, which is the system that runs for the municipal agents. So when you come in with a vehicle, they can look and they can, pretty much automate what the charge is. So I'll get you the answer to that. Can the public get access so can they see? So if you have a 2021 Toyota, what are they saying is the MSRP?
Vans, one of them is an Econoline and one of them is a wagon. And there's a difference, $5,000 in the difference price. If they don't know what it is, they don't look or see, distinguish it, then you can get charged more to register it than you're supposed to. So what tools does the public have to make sure they're paying the right amount? It just seems wrong that only the town clerks have the availability of this.
Access to see what your vehicle is being assessed at. I understand. I think if it works for you, I can get you that information and provide that a little more detailed for you, and if that works for you, Robert.
It's a start, but I think the public needs it too.
We've been using this for years and years.
I asked this question the last time this contract came up.
So in other words, you just want to know that it's calculated properly and you're a member of the public.
Yeah.
So to go back on a new vehicle.
Another unrelated, but it's related in a way. When the way I read this item, and I talked to the director this morning, I wasn't clear on it. It seems like it was an RFP. You work with Randall O'Reilly all the time over the years. And then an RFP goes out, there's no response. We have to drop the RFP, so Randall O'Reilly didn't respond. The next thing you know, we negotiate with them to get them to agree to a price. It just doesn't seem like, it said here, there were conducted a comprehensive assessment of available options because the solicitation did not receive bids. And I did some of my own research here, and you've got, this is, Randall O'Reilly is acquired by a $6 billion private equity company. How do you negotiate with competition to see?
Well, they followed the procurement process.
That's what I guess that's what I was asking, because it's just not clear. It says the department conducted a comprehensive assessment when the recent solicitation did not receive any responses.
That's correct.
So that means the current vendor, you went back to, after your analysis, to the current vendor that didn't respond?
Well, I have to verify if Rail Riley actually responded. I think what they were trying to do is their due diligence. They had the opportunity to extend this, but they wanted to go out, put a proposal out to see if there are any more bidders, any competition, and when they got no response, they chose to extend the contract because they had no other options. The municipal agents would not have the data and registrations to not get processed, so they were really.
So that's what they're referring to as far as the course of action?
I believe so.
Okay. But that just wasn't
Well, it's
clear.
critical to have this tool.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I agree with that. I just think that there's some other, this is an industry that has major competitors, so.
And we have those conversations internally. Are we doing everything we can to, to broadcast this wide enough so that we get as much attention as we can? So when you ask, why did this company or that company put in, I don't know.
I appreciate if you check on that, and I understand the urgency of making sure that the towns have at least the information they need.
Councilor Leonard.
Thank you. On a different topic, on number 92, agenda 92, this is $2 million for anticipated shortages in salary and benefits, and I appreciate the conversation that we had, and as I understand it, this is shortages that we are anticipating, but this is not due to unanticipated expenses. This is not overtime that was not scheduled, that was unexpected. Can you talk a little bit more about why we need to make this $2 million transfer right now?
Sure. So when we built the budget at the Fire Academy and for the Fire Marshal's office, a lot of it's contingent on revenue that comes in. And if the revenue doesn't meet the expenses, we have to look, we have to be agile, and we were able to make a transfer with these dollars that did not impact the department. There were positions that would not be filled, so we had the ability to do this. We are continuing to have discussions moving forward as we look to the future, funding and of the Fire Academy and Fire Marshal's office. So we're fortunate to be able to do this, but it wasn't for that. It's really the business as usual.
It's just that the revenues that were expected did not come in as expected, and so that's why we have to make these.
It's actually really good accounting, good,
Then the other thing that we talked about that I wanted to raise here is the there are grants that are available through this is through Department of Administration, but I guess I kind of think of them as I think Homeland Security, but I'm thinking of 103 and 104, for example. I think you called it the Houses of Worship grants.
Nonprofits.
But they're available to religious organizations, but or other nonprofit organizations. And I know I've heard from folks in my community, particularly those who are really concerned about rising anti-Semitism, who feel that they've had to really increase protection of their facilities. And can you just talk a little bit more about these grants that are available and how we can make sure that we can get the information out?
It's been in operation for 75 years. Teaches Jewish traditions, Jewish knowledge, passion, camp environment, training for youth. So this organization applied for a grant. They went through the normal process. It went through grants management, which is run by Director Newbury. They have a scoring, they assess these grants, then they go to FEMA, and then these dollars are approved by FEMA. So this is really, these two big awards, $200,000, $200,000. And it is for hardening, for doors, alarms, surveillance, training, so really to keep these children safe. So it's an opportunity when we do open up the grant, we can obviously share with each of you so that your constituents and your communities are aware of it.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Any further questions for the Commissioner? Commissioner, I just wanted to thank you for hosting us this morning. We really appreciate it. Yeah.
Feels like it was yesterday.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. All in favor of agenda items 92 through 107A, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt late item A from the Department of Safety.
So, second.
Yeah, sorry, that should be removed from the table, I apologize. So is there, I'll take that motion in a second, that it was a motion removed from the table. If that's acceptable. And then all in favor of removing this item from the table, signify by saying
Wait, it wasn't on the table.
oh, it's late item.
It's a late item, so.
Yeah, so that's easy. All right, is there any discussion? We'll take a motion, second, any discussion?
Second.
Hearing no discussion, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. The item carries. All right. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 108 through 111 for the Department of Justice.
So,
Any discussion? Counselor Stevens.
good afternoon, Attorney General Ferrella. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Doing great. So this is the $283,000 contract for the Victim Information Notification Everyday system. We've had concerns and challenges at the state correctional level where the system has been out. And it just came to my attention that in Rockingham County at the correctional facility, the system has been down since December 8th with the goal of having it reestablished by April, I believe it's the 6th. And once again, this stems from a new system upgrade with their booking management system. So my question is the Department of Justice, who has, you're the recipient of these funds and oversight of all of the correctional facilities, are you informed when these systems go down?
I think we generally are informed, Counselor. I don't know whether we were informed immediately when the system went down in Rockingham County. I think because it was for planned system upgrades and not because of some system failure, right? So I think the county was not feeling that they had a concern with the vendor because this was a planned process and it took longer than expected, but it should be back up soon. So I think if there's a problem, if it goes down because there's a problem, we will be informed. We generally are informed so that we can interface with the vendor. I just don't want to speak out of turn. In this instance, we may not have been informed just because it was a planned outage for system upgrades.
And as a follow-up, the superintendent has been doing everything within his power to keep victims informed and make changes in the status of those that may have harmed them. I've reached out to the lobbyists, I've reached out to APRIS to try to assist them, but the fact that it's been out for over 3 months, compensation reimbursement, because the state is paying upwards of $3,000 a month. Just curious if that is an option to recoup those funds.
We can certainly look into that. And generally, the way this system works, generally the county house of corrections will have direct contact with the vendor, and we will only get involved if there's a concern or an issue. But we'll certainly look into that and just continue to remind counties that if you're having a problem, contact the DOJ. We can help assist. But they're pretty self-sufficient and they do a pretty good job, but we are there to assist if they have an issue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Was for attorney the Civil Law Bureau.
Yep.
And it got me to think, Bill, that the update you gave us on the Darby lawsuit and the memorandum pleading that your office filed, I want to tell you how much I appreciate that.
Yep.
And I don't want to speak for everyone here, but I think they were as well. And we met with you, as you know, in a non-public session to discuss the issues. I believe, looking at that pleading, the commandeering argument that I talked about, that you absolutely put that into at least the court record, and we should get some idea of where the court is.
Yep.
Can you just give us an update from your side in terms of the Darby issue? Do you feel confident? You're the general. How confident are you in that, or the arguments you made at the First Circuit? And maybe give us just real quick the process? So does this stay at all the district court's decision at all, to have a hearing on contempt? Does that still happen while you're still going through this appeal?
Yeah, so we've got a couple things going on, as you referenced, Counselor. So we had the preliminary injunction order right back at the end of January, and that has led to a whole series of events. We filed our motion to stay with the district court, that was denied, and what you're referring to is we filed our motion to stay the district court's preliminary injunction order pending appeal with the First Circuit. Gordon Darby has time, they will now have 14 days to respond to what we filed last week. As of now, the order is not stayed. And we also have Gordon Darby's motion for show cause hearing to show for the state to have to show why we're not in contempt. We have 14 days to respond to that. We are still going through that process. So we're not stopping the contempt process while the First Circuit considers our motion to stay. But the judge, the district court judge may decide she's going to hold off on deciding that or acting on that. Well, the First Circuit considers our motion, she may not, but I think she's not going to act until at least Gordon Darby responds to, or until we respond to Gordon Darby's plea. So all in all, to summarize, I would say our motion to stay with the First Circuit is pending. There is no pause at this point on the contempt motion, but we have to file a response by the end of this week, and we'll see where we go from there.
And I want to say for the record, the Executive Council's constitutional authority, I believe, was identified in that pleading, and I appreciate you for doing that.
Absolutely, and it will be a much more significant issue, frankly, in our response to the contempt motion, and we plan on spending a lot of time discussing that issue. And I do feel very good about our arguments with the First Circuit. I think we're right on the law, but you can never predict with any certainty what a court is going to decide, and there are different ways to look at these issues.
Thank you.
Always good to have the Attorney General standing right next to us.
Well, sometimes,
Feels
depends on why.
Feels safer. It feels safer. But speaking of safe, I had a woman reached out, 37 from Berlin, ex-boyfriend, living boyfriend, was convicted of sexual assault and rape. Sentencing, I believe, took place last September, and after 5.5 months, he was let out of jail. He's now back in the neighborhood. Obviously, he's got a restraining order, but she's fearing, for her life. I put her in touch with Response, but it always goes back to Berlin. And what is her police report on Marisol Fuentes? It's 8 months. We still don't have a report or internal review on what the police department, how they responded to Marisol's incident. So I keep asking questions periodically, but now it seems like we're getting away from the memory of Marisol. And where is the report?
I think it's a very fair question, Counselor. I think it has taken them a long time. It's not something I can control how long they take with this report. And I think part of what is contributing to the length of time is their counsel's review of this and what the report says and what they're going to make public. Because I do think there is a significant chance of litigation there against the police department. And I think that is impacting how they're moving with this report and their consideration of what they're making public. Beyond that, I don't really have further details, but I also need to be careful about what I say because this is a personnel matter for them, and their review is a personnel review, and it's we do not have the same authority over a police department on personnel matters as we would have, say, a county attorney's office. I have a lot of authority to direct law enforcement agencies, local law enforcement agencies when it comes to actually investigating, criminal enforcement, so investigation or how we're doing cases. But as far as their internal operations, their employment practices, their personnel reviews, I don't have the same authority to step in with the police department and say, you must do this, you must release this report. I would have that authority with the county attorney's office. I don't have that same authority with the police department. So the authority I internal operations and their personnel.
I just find it disheartening that a police department, probably the biggest murder case they've ever seen in that community, and somehow they're not going to reveal, the report that hopefully has, corrections in it and how they're going to proceed in matters like this in the future. It still says to the public, the faith and confidence is still shattered until they release that report. And here I have a woman last week who's potentially in the same situation with an ex-boyfriend who was let out by a judge. And I think Council Stevens knows who that judge is. And that judge is letting, someone go after 5.5 months when they should stay the maximum 2 years of their conviction sentencing. And to me, that's concerning that we still haven't buttoned up what's going on in Berlin. And we have other women who are still fearful that are reaching out to me because we were so publicly out there on this case. They feel a comfort level to reach out to me. But yet the police department hasn't, had the report out there. The governor and her leadership, the legislature, have modified a lot of things when it comes to sentencing, and that's great, but there's still women in fear out there, and it is a common denominator for our police department.
Yeah, I would say first on that specific case, certainly we can look into that. I don't know the details, but we definitely can look into that case that you're referencing. As you mentioned, a lot of work is being done on this. I would certainly say Marisol's memory is not faded. There's a lot of work happening, and a lot of work that has already happened, a lot of work that is happening. The 2 reports that have been issued from the judicial branch, from my office, and the recommendations, there is a lot of work going on to implement those recommendations. A number of things have come through here. You guys have approved the expansion of the J1 system, some new resources for the Statistical Analysis Center. The DV Fatality Review Committee has been working hard. A lot of other things are happening. So, I certainly would not want people to feel like the memory of that case and Marisol's memory is fading. That's absolutely not the case. Yes, I think there's some disappointment with how fast the Berlin Police Department is moving here. But I do think that the reports that have been issued have kind of revealed where the problems were. And there's work to do with the Berlin Police Department, there's no question. But, and I understand the disappointment, but I just want to be clear and assure you and certainly assure the public that the memory of that case isn't fading. And a lot of work is happening. And it's not like we're sitting around waiting for that report. I think we know what the problems are and the work that's going to take to fix them. And there still is a lot of work to do. But I understand the concern. And on this other case you referenced, I certainly want to look into that. If there are other issues with the police department in Berlin, I want to hear them. I'm not sitting there saying that I can't do anything about them. I'm really just referencing this particular personnel issue and personnel review and the timing of the report. But if there are other issues in Berlin, certainly want to hear them, certainly want the details. We will certainly look into it, and we'll take steps to address them if we think we need to.
Well, I will provide you all the information. I quite frankly, my first action was to get all the response, obviously through the New Hampshire Domestic Violence Coalition.
Yeah.
And try to put that woman in a safe situation.
Yeah.
But I should follow up and I'll provide all the information to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would say to every counselor, and certainly I think the Attorney General would share that sentiment. If you know someone who's a victim who's not getting what they need in their local communities or support they need or they feel in danger, please contact the AG immediately.
Yeah.
That is an area as a chief law enforcement officer where, obviously he has authority on these cases, and we want to make sure that whether it's a coalition against sexual and domestic violence, whether we can get them in a safe situation, and also if a case is not properly being pursued, we want to make sure it's pursued.
Yes. Yeah, and there's a lot we can do. Even if there's 1 or 2 specific things that we can't do for some reason, there's a lot we can do for any victim who isn't feeling like they're getting the services they need there isn't being protected, or isn't getting the answers they want from the police department, the actions they need from the police department or prosecutor's office. So we definitely want to hear about it, because we will do everything we can, which is a lot. There's a lot we can do, because we sit sort of at the center of all of these efforts, not just investigation and prosecution of crimes, but a lot of the victim services. Right, like we are overseeing the funding for all that. We're very familiar with all these organizations, not just the coalition, but all the organizations out of the state that are providing these services, and we can communicate quickly. We can make things happen when they need to. So we absolutely want to hear that. And I will say, I guess, perhaps on a positive note, I hear a lot of good things, that the system is working pretty well. So, the coalition's doing great work. I think our software days have really resulted in people, I think, recommitting and refocusing on this work. Not that anyone ever lost focus, but just it was the efforts over the last 9 months have been incredible. So people are really paying attention to this, they care. People who do this work are really passionate. And if there is a problem, even if it seems small, we want to hear about it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In general, maybe I didn't, correct me if I'm wrong if I didn't get this statistic correct, but since we passed the new bail reforms, not reforms, but to basically put the law back where it needed to be to protect victims, my understanding is the pretrial incarceration rate in Coos County is up 50%.
Yes, that's true. It's up everywhere, but in Coos County, it's up 50%. And we're hearing we're getting good data, but also very good anecdotal responses from prosecutors and law enforcement.
There's a lot more work to do, no doubt.
Yeah.
Well, my concern is this is the second time I've heard about this judge being lenient with their sentencing. And so I would hope that, I don't know how that's done, hopefully not in supermarkets, but that it's done, by some type of, or McDonald, whoever, to review this person's handing out sentencing. Because to me, for a sexual assault and rape, 2 years, I don't even think that's long enough. But to be let out after 5.5 months, I don't know. I have questions about that.
Yeah, and I would absolutely like to talk to you or get those details from the counselor. Because not in the details of the case, I'd be hesitant to comment and really be able to give you an assessment of that, but I absolutely want to have more discussion about that. And if there are steps we can take to try to address that or address a more systemic issue, we absolutely want to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Steve.
I have one more on the co-ops issue, and Councilor Kenny and I went out to the White Mountains area, met with the superintendent. They don't have a monitoring program. Your office was diligently working with them to help get them some funds for a monitoring program. Is that ongoing? I haven't seen anything. Are we going to see something? Because they need that as much as they need anything.
Yep, we're working with Coos County on that. I think we'll be ready with it pretty soon. Obviously, we packaged up like any GNC. I have to go to the governor first, but I know what the words of the governor's about. But I feel like this. I'm confident you would support this, right? So, I try not to get ahead of the governor if I can help it, but yes, this is underway. We are in communication with the superintendent up there. We've identified funding, and I think we have a good plan. So you should see something on that soon. Yeah.
Any further questions for the general? Hearing none, all in favor of items 108 through 111, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The items carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 112 through 114 from the Department of Health and Human Services, Office of the Commissioner.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion of these items? Councilor Stephen?
Commissioner, in 113, this is a market survey that's required by federal law. Again, this is that issue where you would agent. This end is 27%.
Yeah.
Was there any attempt to try to do what Donna Lee did to get it that capital?
Yeah, I was actually just looking at that earlier, and I was gonna ask if the council was willing to potentially let me withdraw or to go back and try.
Well, I make a motion to table
Well, if you withdraw it, then I can maybe resubmit with a different rate. Technically, administratively, it'd be a little bit easier.
Yeah, I think so. I'd be willing, I mean, I'll withdraw that item then. It's fine, and then resubmit it once we've got a better administrative rate.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's differences.
Just to clarify, is
113.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, there's times that we can't negotiate the rate, and there's times that we can, and I think this is one that we can, so I want to
I
make sure.
appreciate that, because I saw the same thing you did. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Stevens.
No, I appreciate it, 37% is much too high. Can't. No, it's, is it 37%?
If you count the fringe, but it's
Yeah.
27.
But it's 37 combined, it's too high.
So we'll just pull that one and go for a better rate. Great. Questions on other items? Councilor Stevens?
This is specific to agenda item 112, and I can hold off on discussing my concerns here and wait until we get into DAS, because it does come up again in the form of a contract with a contractor for the secure site unit. So
We can address it now, it's fine.
Sure.
Whatever questions you have, and then we can always bring
As long as it's within my.
We can bring up DAS if we need to.
So this is a $1.4 million contract increase using ARPA funds for the secure site unit, and this is specific to contingency funds. And these funds will be going to the PC construction contract. And we know that right now we're at $60.7 million in funding for this project. It still remains underfunded by at least $5 million. It is still undergoing corrective structural work. It's 20% complete. Has experienced substantial delays and cost escalations. 1 year has added 18 months to this project. PC Construction has identified a potential for a third window for costs. So the question is, where does this stop? Because several months ago, I used the term spiraling out of control. Right now, we are at 66 million. We're running through our ARPA funds.
Sure, okay. I just want to clarify, so obviously I'm doing the construction, right, that's being done for the state. You'll probably recall a couple of months ago when Charlie Ronniehouse was up here, we were talking about the settlement, we were short the $5 million. What we're looking at here for HHS is I scoured what I had in ARPA to be able to try to offset the $5 million. So that's my, 1.4 here. I'm going to try to bring this deficit down. That's what this money's applied for.
Great use of the funds to offset the deficit, but at this point we are at 66 million and counting.
No, I just want to clarify that without the approval of this, I won't be able to offset that.
Fully support it. I just think we can discuss it further as we get into the DAS agenda, but it's really disconcerting. There's no sign of the costs decreasing.
Yeah, that's really better suited for tax. I can't do the total cost, but I can tell you construction is happening. There's work going on right now on the site.
Thank you.
So thank you. So speaking of scouring, where you identified these funds, as I understand it, agenda item 112 and 114. Is that right? Nope. Which one is it? 115, I'm sorry. Agenda item 112 and 115 are, 115 is part of where you found funds that otherwise might go unused, and you're able to reallocate them so that then they can be put to use to close this deficit that we're aware of.
Correct.
For the,
Yeah, so there's restrictions with ARPA money, so Gopher, which still exists, has to approve all that. So the money was already obligated, and because it was already obligated in the department, I met their reobligation rules. So when working in item number 115, we get reports, and we talk about what progress and work has been done,
we're able to project that they're not going to spend their full amount. So that money would get returned to the feds. So in interest to avoid that happening and repurpose the money for another hospital project like the forensic hospital to offset the $5 million, that's what we did. So we didn't necessarily take anything away from item 115, it's just they wouldn't meet the full scope, we never would have met it anyway. So they still have some ARPA money for the scope that they will need.
No, but I could use the funds. I share the concern that Councilor Stevens has expressed about the construction, the timeline, and the cost escalating. But kudos to the department for making sure that we're not going to leave any money on the table. We don't want to send any money back. Want to make sure that we're leveraging all of the dollars that we have. So thank you.
Any further discussion for the commissioner on this item? Hearing none, all in favor of item, we've withdrawn item 113, so it's item 112 and item 114, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item's carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 115 from the Department of Health and Human Services Division of Behavioral Health.
So moved.
Any discussion of this item? Councilor Stevens.
I just want to make sure I understand, because I've been in contact with Easter Seals CEO with this one, and there was this request from the department that they cut these dollars. And there's some concern out there because obviously the Catholic Medical Center issue you mentioned, we talked about that. And there's concern, we talked about this in mental health issues today. But now we're cutting it back to $860,000. And they're concerned because they've been asked to make these reductions when they were, these services, I understand, and I talked to Councilor Kenny about this, are for veterans that have suffered mental health issues all over the state. And are you telling me that the $800,000 that are being cut here from their contract, they're not necessary for veteran services?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that they made an ARPA request for money to do certain work. That was 2 years. We monitor that on a regular basis. So last year about this time, we looked at a year out and said, you've got this much work that you could then claim that money. And then we didn't I'm not claiming that when they haven't been given it yet. They have to deliver and then invoice, right? So when we looked at where they were at, there was positions that they still had to fill a year later, and there was marketing, there's different components that they were not going to utilize that full amount. So they still have the capacity to still bill for more, because by 12/26, everything has to be spent. That's it for the ARPA money. So our job is to make sure that they're successful what they do, because if they don't, that money, as I've said, is going to go back to the feds. So Katja spent time working with Easter Seals to say, where are you not going to need this? Because that's money that we would have to say we're not going to award out and award elsewhere. But they still have money on the table.
So again, I'm being told by the vendor here that these cuts, they're going to have to give up a psychiatric nurse practitioner, I'm quoting from them, which would significantly enhance our services in a fiscally responsible way. You're suggesting they haven't been able to fill, but they're trying to find that position?
They filled a lot of positions. They haven't filled all of them. All that Katja's been working deeply with Morgan on this.
Katja Fox, Director of the Division for Behavioral Health. This is not an easy one to look at and to bring forth, but it's the most fiscally responsible one to do at this point in time. We have been closely monitoring, as the Commissioner said, the contract, the spend, the reports about where they've been as far as the hiring and some of the other work that was part of the original scope. They have not been able to fill those positions. What the idea was, this was the sustainability grant. This wasn't we did do an upfront payment of $700,000 that was to stem an operating loss, and then the rest was investments for what they could do over the course of the contract to stand up services, and by hiring staff, they could then sustain it by billing for those services. You can't, we do cost reimbursement, just as anybody else does. You have to deliver a service to be able to get the funding. And so with so little time left in this contract, which ends in June, It was just not feasible for them to be able to get that person up and running and have a panel to be self-sustaining. And so when we were looking at where we were at with all of our ARPA funding, what the timeline looked like, this is what we are bringing forth to you. Again, in an ideal world, we would be able to continue and carry forward funds and they would continue to be able to recruit. But that's just not the case, and we have other needs. I will say that one of the core services are still being, sorry, a little dry, didn't have any extra water. The core services are still available, and all of these services and the entire grant did not focus only on veterans, it was their entire outpatient services.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I understand the position you're in. I'm wondering if we did not go forward on this contract, if we said no, what would happen then?
If you said no, it would impact, well, one, it would impact the item that you just passed, but two, essentially, they don't meet those field rules, the money goes back to the feds. So we would be giving the $833 back to the federal government pretty quickly, because we're at the, like I said, we're in the final stretch of our.
Okay, that's what, thank you. And then the final question then is there an attempt to wait a meeting to identify if there are other avenues that could be helped, that people could be helped with these funds? If there's 800, maybe there's 400,000 they need to meet their deliverables. And I'm not talking about the digital marketing, I understand it's good response.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, when they said they had to cut, first they were asked 600 and now 860. And I spoke to the CEO, and they do feel like they have a need in that community. There's a lot going on right now in the community. Would it be detrimental to hold this up, just to have a conversation?
It is very time sensitive, and there's quarterly reporting. So if we don't report within the quarter, then we will lose it, that we've repurposed it. So there's a risk there that the whole thing will cave. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't have another conversation. And I think that's what colleges are doing all along, is to try to find a way to support them. We're just in like, y'all know that we don't have a lot of money, but what we do have is a way to try to get creative, and that's what we've done and continue to do, but we're not always successful as we want to be.
And I also know the $100,000 that under the Farm Center outpatient, the additional dollars you gave them because of closure was very helpful to the community.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, I think I don't want to lose those federal dollars.
Any further questions about this grant? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. The item carries. I ask for a motion to adopt Agenda Item 116 for the Department of Health and Human Services Office of Health Access. So, second. Any discussion of this item? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. The item carries. I ask for a motion to adopt Agenda Items 117 and 118 from the Department of Health and Human Services Division of Long-Term Support and Services. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion of these items? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The items carried. I ask for a motion to adopt Agenda Items 119 and 120 from the Department of Health and Human Services, New Hampshire Hospital. So moved. Any discussion of these items? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The items carried. I ask for a motion to adopt Agenda Items 121 through 123 from the Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Public Health. So moved. Second. Any discussion of these items? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. I ask for a motion to, thank you. I ask for a motion to adopt Agenda Items 124 through 137 from the Department of Administrative Services. So moved. Second. Any discussion of these items? Councilor Stevens. Aye.
Good afternoon, Sherry Harper, Assistant Commissioner for the Department. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Great, thank you very much. My question pertains to agenda item 134. And this is the $35.9 million contract with DLR Group with New Hampshire Med State Prison Replacement Facility in Concord. And there's a $1.5 million contingency as well as a $1.5 million payment to Public Works. And they currently have a contract in place, and I believe it is for $10 million, which was approved in July of 2024, and that's for preliminary engineering, correct?
Correct.
What have the findings been in terms of the preliminary engineering for that site?
I'm going to have our Director of Public Works come on up and talk a little bit about that preliminary design work. He's more familiar with that project than I am in terms of the actual construction side of design engineering.
Hi, Ted Cupper, Director for Public Works.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cupper.
So your question was about the preliminary design work.
Exactly. We approved a contract for $10 million in addition to the we have a contract pending for an additional $35 million. But what was generated from this $10 million study? What is the takeaway on the site?
So the study is close to being completed. It hasn't been completed yet. But what it did was study the site that Corrections has identified for the location of the prison. And extensive work was done out there to evaluate wetlands, the cost of developing that site, and the feasibility of access and bringing utilities into that site. And we expect that the conclusion of that report will be that this site is a good site for the new men's prison.
Could you please clarify that there were discussions about an elevated site that would have required upwards of $28 million of infrastructure work, but currently that is off the table and we're looking at a site which is level adjacent to the property. Is that correct?
The site is above the women's prison, and there are level areas of that site that have been identified for the location of the prison.
Again, this is a $35.9 million design contract. How is that design fee validated as reasonable?
As what?
Being reasonable. We have one bidder, correct?
Pardon me?
We have one bidder.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
And based on a 1,500-bed facility, how have they verified what the census will be 5, 10, 20 years from now?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Actually, one of the pieces of this second phase will be a study of that census going into the future. And to sort of follow up on the question referenced the several sites, there are no sites that are off the table. However, the inclination is to look for the less expensive site from an infrastructure perspective, which is that lower site behind and to the left, looking at the women's prison currently.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Looking at the history and the $192 million, we're 4 times the size. Has any preliminary discussions on what the total construction may be?
I believe we'll have an estimate based on the preliminary design, but it's this contract for the $35, million or so that will deliver to us 100% construction documents and an estimate based on those documents regarding the cost of the prison.
They ran into some trouble just recently. It was identified that they converted a former prison into an ICE detention facility. And that has drawn a lot of public criticism with staff upheaval and departures. What due diligence was done on reputational and organizational risk? Does this align with the state's policy goals and standards? Again, their costs are, they're the Saks Fifth Avenue of architecture firms. I'll get it out there. They're very, very expensive.
They are, but they're experts at prison, at designing prisons. And I can't speak to any work that they've done for ICE. I don't believe I was aware of that. So that's news to us.
And some of their rates and overhead, I'm seeing overhead, their mark is 2.2, but they're plus 10% profit. Hourly rates ranging from $80 upwards of close to $300. That 10% profit, was that agreed upon?
Was that what?
Was that agreed upon?
I believe so. I can ask our project manager to come up and answer that.
Deliverables in this contract, but there's no timeline for when those will be handed over. Do we have
the building as well? And again, it'll start 6/26/26 if we get an approval today, and 8/28. Then there's bidding in our schedule. Bidding will start for the site 3/23/27 if we go that route, if we can find the money for it. And they're expecting bidding to end 7/14/27 on the site. Similarly, for the building, a bid would be let on 5/2/28 and be back to us on 11/15/28.
It's easy to estimate that this could run $700 million.
Pardon me?
This could run up to $700 million, correct?
I don't think that's an unreasonable amount, but it would be a total guess on my part at this time to identify a cost for the prison.
Safety, security is key, it's pivotal, but also cost containment. And I think we have gone with an elite architectural firm, and it's prohibitive, their costs. I've looked at their portfolio, but they were the only firm to respond to the RFP.
That is correct.
How hard did we promote the RFP?
As much as we would promote any other project that we were asking for consultants to help us with. We have a process that we follow that for the most part is successful and gets responses, but there are projects that inevitably we get no responses to. Or we only get one.
Thank you.
Councilor Kenny?
Thank you, Governor. So it's safe to say that the new men's prison, whenever it's going to be built, is going to be in Concord?
Yes.
Okay. It's not going to be a retrofit of the Portsmouth prison? Or anything like that?
There's no plan that I'm aware of, and I think corrections would support this, that there's no other location that we're looking at right now.
Okay, so we're looking at kind of two sites, kind of in the same area of.
We are up in the old quarry area above the women's prison.
Right.
Yeah.
So when we get to the kind of construction document part of the project, if we have two locations, we've actually picked one location at that point.
Correct.
Okay. And so when we do that, we've probably spent, what's, okay.
Because we have a $10 million pre-design contract that we're looking at right now, that we're looking to finish up with a report, and then another 35 million. Yes, absolutely.
May I add, to be clear, that's not just the design of the new men's prison. That would be the selection, the design, and preparation of all construction documents, so that the next step would be somebody going out there and with a hammer and a nail. So figuratively speaking.
So a few years down the road, wherever the governor is in the kind of hand it, this is what the new prison location will be at. These are the documents, this is what it'll look like, based off of all the demographic and needs assessment, all that. So it's at that point, whoever the legislature, the governor, will have to determine if they're going to move forward with building prison or not, based off of the cost.
That's correct as far as it goes, but what I would add is that we made it clear from the beginning of at least my tenure, I can't speak to what happened before me, that to the council's point, safety and security are crucial. Cost containment is the #1 factor that we'll be looking at, because if the price is too much, we're simply not going to be able to do it, full stop.
Right, and we'll have to pull out.
And that's a reminder that I give to this group every single time we meet.
Cost containment.
Yes.
So this company, are they, when they put together the plans, is that their, beyond safety and security, which is always going to be #1, but is that their third consideration? Like, in other words,
Cost containment?
yes, because otherwise they could give us the Taj Mahal, but we couldn't afford it. So is that, how are they going to address that in this?
We meet regularly with them, and a lot of questions get asked about that very issue. Is this the most effective from a cost perspective way we can do this? It's a question I ask every meeting, but I ask them to share it with me, explain it to me, because I don't know much about this type of stuff.
So given that I have another, or I should say, a state prison in my district, called Berlin, what's the longevity of Berlin, and how does
Berlin, we're getting at the place where we need to make regular maintenance commitments to that building. It's about 20 to 25 years old, so it's now requiring the type of maintenance that any 25-year-old building would require. We expect that one of the things that they'll look at is, to the council's point, that what is the demographic going to look like in 20, 30, 35, 40, 45? So we can make a good judgment based on where we are and where we're going as to what the number of beds might be in the men's prison here in Concord. There's no, at least as far as I can see, to kind of cut to the nut of your question, there's no contemplation that Berlin would be closed as part of this process.
So, but you would say that, Commissioner, you would backfill the cells that are open while the new prison was being built in Concord?
Well, one of the things that this company is going to look at is men's prison, to include would it require movement of prisoners, what would that cost, what buildings can be retrofitted and rehabbed, what buildings can't be retrofitted, could we use a portion of the buildings for some things and build a separate facility. So that's something we're engaged in as part of this plan. So they'll give us what those potential costs might be. So we can make an informed idea.
Okay, I'm going to go to my left, the senior counselor here, and then we'll work our way up.
Thank you. Well, listen, I think it'll be quick. So it says that they'll be with us till the completion of construction and administrative services. So as part of this contract, they're going to be with us through the construction Are they gonna provide a clerk of the works?
So,
They're
yes,
there if we run into ledge or other problems or something?
and once this contract is approved, they're with us all the way through construction. Those construction administration costs, though, we won't spend any of that until we actually find the money to be appropriate to build the prison and be able to move forward with that.
Counselor Stevens?
Yeah, just on Counselor Stevens' point, I'm looking at the cost too, we're all concerned about that. And I talked to you, Commissioner, about the long-term cost too to the state. But just on my own research, there's all kinds of companies out there that do this type of architectural design. And I'm just concerned about the fact that we have a letter of interest by one company. I mean, I can read you off all these companies. I don't even know if they've been contacted, but Elevatus does in Fort Wayne, Indiana. There's one Studio 8 that's over 200 correctional facilities. There's Drawberry, who's a key firm and senior principals, and I could go on and on. I have all of them here. So, all right, I guess they just don't care about New Hampshire. I mean, how as a counselor am I sure and convinced that the identification of this bid went out to all of these big players that would give us the best cost for our taxpayers? And that's what I guess I'm grappling with, because after Councilor Stevens' question about no other interest, that just, when I read this, it wasn't clear to me, because I saw there was only one letter of interest, but it wasn't clear to me that that means there was no correspondence by any of these other companies that do this?
We only received this one response, Counselor. And it's hard to determine why you don't get a large response. Case in point is Cannon Mountain and the tram. And we put it out to bid. We had 2 potential bidders that we worked with through the whole preparation, and there was only one. And they were, we had 18 million and they did something like $30 million. That was their bid. So it's just incredibly difficult to determine why we don't get a response. I could speculate, but I don't think that would help much.
Can I ask another question then? Because I've worked in a state where a massive project like this was going to happen, and I assisted the commissioner in contacting directly all these companies. And we did an RFI, and then we did a vendor workshop. We wanted them all to come in to tell us what they could do, just not an RFP, telling them the interest is going to be an RFP, because there's a massive cost item. This is such a big cost item. Did anyone think about contacting the industry big players here and ask them to come in on an RFI, just to even show like a vendor workshop? And so people know the interest that we have, or legislative appropriation, or was it just we sent out this, we emailed 200 places and we only got one letter? And it happens to be the same one vendor that you've been working with. I'm just concerned about that. Is that, I guess there was no.
What happens is that typically if one company's in, to coin a phrase, in for a penny, they're often, we're not going to get involved in this because we might not have the same views. So that's why, or one of the reasons why we're here. Anything else I'm speculating? I don't know.
Thank you.
Counselor Stevens?
Looking at their site and the scope of work and the quality of the work, it's exemplary. And they describe their work as stewards of the built environment. DLR Group's Justice and Civic Studio elevates behavioral, environmental, and social betterment, resulting in healing, equity, and transformation for the individual and community. Their focus is biophilic design and salutogenic design. I want to say again, my priorities, safety, security, and cost containment. Those words were not coming from them. Safety, security, cost containment. Those are my words. I think their work is splendid if I was building a museum, but I'm really struggling with the cost.
Can I also ask a question? $5 million here and put it toward maintenance did we look at that analysis of what we would do with that, in terms of this and thinking about another $700 million bill?
If one was to do the maintenance on a regular basis, then Director Stone can go into more detail if necessary. We're already looking at $25 to $30 million a year, which cost is going to increase over time. I would also address the sort of intangible cost here. At some point, and I would speculate relatively soon, what do I mean by relatively soon? Not by the end of the day, and not by the end of this meeting, but perhaps a year and a half, 2 years from now. But I do think we have potential legal liability with regard to that building. Today we have a water main leak. It's the second time in 2 weeks that's happened. Every week we have a major maintenance type issue. So those costs are going to begin to increase. So I think we're between a little bit of a rock and a hard place here with regard to the prison. I take the point with regard to the cost containment. As a fiduciary for this project and those dollars, 100%, totally get it.
Councilor Leocal.
Great, thank you. I also am very concerned about cost containment. We've been talking about cost containment of the project itself, but I wonder if you can talk a little bit about operating cost containment, because I know that your department has also been experiencing a lot of overtime, and I know that that's related to staff shortages that you have, but can you talk a little bit about what you are doing, or what this opportunity, the idea of building a new prison, does that present an opportunity for us to improve our operations? Yes. And to be able to streamline or improve the efficiency of our operations?
Yes, it does. In the following manner. So to Councilor Stevens' point, this company, and I'm sure that others do too, we happen to be dealing with this one, offer a number of different design concepts for prisons, both maximum security all the way down to minimum security operations. Some of them are what's called a campus model. In other words, they're more spread out.
Which is what we have now, or kind of a hybrid? Do we have a hybrid?
We're kind of in
we have a Dickensian model.
No words to describe.
Okay.
At least in English. So we've discussed that. When I brought up, I think our first meeting, I appreciate the campus concept, but it strikes me that you have a manpower commitment with a campus concept, and that yes, you do. So we talked about going to a more vertical model, which would allow for some limitations on the number of persons who would be operating as guards. In other words, you'd have longer sight lines, you'd have clearer sight lines, you'd have more pods in a particular area with open doors, better camera sites, those type of things, which would lead to more stability in staffing. When we discussed that, I said that's the one we want. We want both the building itself to be a reasonable cost borne by the taxpayers in this, the largest project likely that New Hampshire will see for quite some time, one. And two, it helps us with the management of the operation itself. So your question is well posed. We've talked about those things.
Yeah, the situation is not sustainable at corrections. The facility itself, as I understand it, visitations today were canceled because of the water main break.
That's correct.
And when I toured the facility last year, there were literally tarps in the kitchen. I mean, there's no way that the kitchen at the prison would pass any kind of health and human services inspection that a restaurant that's open to the public would have to pass. There's just no way. And my restaurant, if it had operated, if it looked anything like that, would have been closed to the public. And so I am very mindful of disrepair. And I think we do need to be very mindful, as you said, of the potential legal liabilities that we could be accruing. So I guess I'm interested to know, I want to make sure that we are doing our due diligence, that if there's another vendor who could do this work more cost effectively, I would support that. That being said, I think every day that we don't do this work, we continue to increase costs. We continue to not solve the problem of somehow limiting the growth of our operational costs. We just avoid solving a problem that we really need to solve. And the legislature did appropriate these funds. As I understand, the legislature appropriated $50 million to come up with a design that get us to the point of a shovel-ready project. And so I do think that it's our obligation to carry out the will of the legislature and to make sure that we have a facility that is doing its job for the people who need to be housed there during their sentences, and that also is an appropriate and sometimes they're forced to work because there are no other staff, because we don't have enough staff to do all the work. And so, these are really, difficult circumstances, and I do feel an urgency to move forward with this. So I think it's important for us to respect what the legislature has indicated that they'd like to do, which is to get to the point of the shovel-ready project. But I think, of course, we have our duty to make sure that this is a fully vetted contract. So I guess that's how I feel about that.
Councilor Stephen, I just checked, and on the original $10 million pre-design, that RFP developed 5 interested firms that were interviewed, and DLR was selected out of that. So I can tell you that at least 5 were aware of the fact that we were asking for design services on this project, and yet we only got 1 response. So I don't know whether that helps you at all, but our original RFP generated 5 interested parties.
And if I can ask just to follow up on that.
Councilor Stephen.
Thank you, Governor. So my gut's telling me that they probably felt that they had no chance because DLR was already in there working with you all. And then we didn't really show them that we're going to be open, competitive, and really express, the will of the taxpayer. And I'm concerned about that. That's all. This is a very.
And I completely understand that. I might, on your speculation, I might add that the other 4 firms perhaps thought that it wasn't a project that was going to happen, even after the design was done. So why get involved when we can pursue the same kind of opportunities in other locations that it's more viable? But again, that's an entire speculation on my part.
Appreciate that.
Further discussion? Hearing none, do you want to take action on this item separately? Or?
Yes, my question would be, if we delay this item, that's going to create issues on cost, even more issues?
Yes.
To do further investigation or review. Okay, so you're thinking, your point is, again, these other vendors had a chance. And I have to feel that way as a counselor. They were given the best chance to really do it.
As I understand it, following on my colleague's comments, yes, because this is a question from 6 months ago, but I asked specifically, tell me about this, and when we reached out to you, because my question was, why only one? And I was, no offense to you guys, but I was concerned about the sole source issue, so I wanted to completely understand.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Counselor Stevens?
I see that the firms that were identified, 4 firms, consultant firms submitted letters of interest for the assignment: DLR, SMRT, STV, and HOK. And interviews were given to 3 of the firms in October of 2023, DLR, SMRT, and STV. And I'm looking to see who, the interview and the selection committee was driven by DNS, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm trying to find the scoring for that initial $10 million contract. I'm not finding the scoring sheet.
I can supply that to you, Council.
Great, thank you.
That's just you're looking for the scoring that compares the scoring for all 3.
Exactly.
Yes, we have the scoring for DLR, but not for the other 2. Handy right now. I
Okay.
can certainly supply that to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any further questions, or
When is our next meeting?
15.
In April, okay, that's Wednesday. Would there be, we talked about the possibility of cost escalation. Do we need, what if we needed time until the next meeting? I mean, I don't want to put it off forever, but.
Well, if you want to motion more time, motion to table, you could.
Yeah, I'd like to
Motion.
move the table first.
Table.
I think we should table, I'll move the table.
Second. All in favor of tabling this item?
Aye.
That's aye. Let me just to clarify, it's item 134, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, and then, could I ask for approval for the remaining items, 124 through 137, except the item which is table 134?
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those items are carried. Is there any other business to come before the council today? This meeting is concluded.